got some night. We're still kind of setting up. Daniel, thank you so much for the resub. 43 fucking months!
Massive scimitar?
Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! Thank you so much for being here for so long. I really appreciate it.
Rings,
What?
what? Huh?
Did I like it?
Oh!
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, I didn't say anything.
The shield.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I don't think I know what speaking is.
A shield.
It's a shield that's like, it's like this wide.
You're a
and
combat shielder.
Wait, no,
You're
I need to see,
combat
I need to
shielder
see,
then.
I need to see if this actually works for that. Where is my...
It's a tower shield.
Yeah.
He also has arm gauntlets, but it's just he'll use whatever he needs to.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, we're reading, okay. Whoop.
Hello. Hello, Jake. Goodbye,
Oh,
Jake.
we didn't get teleported, okay.
It looks so edible. How do you talk this shield, honestly? Looks like punch.
No, that took a second.
Oh, that was
That was very delayed.
Now, okay, I don't know why the button press was that delayed, but I'm glad it only happened once.
Yeah, I'm glad it only happened once.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I generally don't know why that was so delayed.
I don't know either. I don't know.
VRChat?
It's a funky code day.
We should probably
Alright.
spawn together, by the way.
First things first for everybody. Hello, nice to see some faces. So today on the agenda, air quotes, will be a spirit lesson with Clink and Chibi when she gets here, alongside a diplomacy lesson with Jakuno, and a cavalry meeting later today with Chibi. Just that way, if anybody has anything scheduled, you guys know what is on the agenda in advance. Get into your uniform, shit ass.
I'm gonna have to be a therapist.
Your
Damn.
uniform.
No.
I can finally say
I
it.
will be the
After
primary
the
DM on
therapist.
call today. I will be primarily on DM, not just the spirit side, but if there's any questions or lore questions, I will be here present. That'll be my job for the day. He is the in-character headmaster for today. Enjoy bullying him. It's funny.
They always bullying me.
Yeah,
Whee!
No, I don't. Just another Saturday.
Can I give you a pamphlet? Yeah.
I would like a pamphlet.
Here's your pamphlet. I'm gonna have a fucking crisis over these pamphlets. I'm gonna have a crisis over these fucking pamphlets. Nevertheless,
May I have one pamphlet, please?
I'm not sorry for this bit.
No.
Anyway.
Besides that, get your.
Have you heard about our Lord and Savior, the
and
Not Life stream?
We can count to 5 when you guys get into your dormitories. You guys can all go set up. Session will start. Go press your buttons.
I'd like to join
You
it.
guys are now.
Okay. Where at?
Would you sign this?
Where at?
Yes,
Yeah,
is mine.
for asking me too.
Would you like Thank you.
Oh, right. Library.
I have to do a couple of things. For one, I need to be fast and small, and then. These is dorms. I haven't done dorm before green.
Alright, I have to get it back in this character voice. Sha. Kai. Jin. Nets. Sai. Sen. Good morning, Europe. Are you learning much? I see. Are you looking for a particular book then? I see. I will not bother you. There will probably be announcements soon. Why are the colliders being strange?
Hmm? Yes?
Good morning.
Morning.
Greetings, Q.
Of course. Everyone that wants one.
The
Morning.
announcements have not begun, yes?
No,
No, I haven't had it yet.
That is good.
Unless I slept through them again.
It's so good, I just have to resist taking the.
Keep in mind, my father's technically one.
Good morning.
Not does he?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I've not been able to see anything come towards the artifact room, at least. I've been staying there.
Good. Happened again later that night.
What?
Another spirit.
There have been many. What happened?
It was Wilhelm. I can't remember the other person's name. Europa, Amaris, Stone, myself. We all had a vision. Each was different.
A vision. May I ask
We're
what you
probably
saw?
gonna talk about it a little bit later. Well, it'll be easier if you come with us and talk about it. That way you can hear everyone's point of view.
Indeed. Is that why Europa has been so quiet?
Yes, arguably I think he might had it the worst.
I see. The visions can be strong like that.
I do have a question. It's not the first time I've seen it, but is it common to have a vision and then have a physical manifestation of something, like a teddy bear?
A physical manifestation.
Because when Europa came back, they had a teddy bear. According to Wilhelm, it was popular back in the day.
Interesting. I suppose it is not impossible, especially if the mana used is able to be used for conjuration. Though it is rare.
I see.
It must have taken quite a bit of mana from the spirit to do so if it was them.
Understood. So, if you want, I can let you know when we'll have a little talk about it. Because I think you should be there.
That would be appreciated. Thank you, Arlo.
Of course. Get some food. Sorry to keep you waiting on that, but
It is good
thought
to know.
I'd tell you.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Attention all students, I will be doing morning announcements shortly, give or take 2 or 3 minutes. If you're not in announcement hall now, please start making your way towards it.
Okay.
That's fraud.
I learned that I can't kill you by touching non-significant yes. Scary
When you
of
give
you
your
now.
annual gold to state and governments, you know.
You know,
Uh-huh.
I would like to be closer to the table, but you know.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. What?
The other side is available. Does that help?
Names are quite strong.
The bench is still in the way.
Just a bite, not the entire thing, but you know,
I can cut all the meat.
Indeed.
Meat has been stolen.
I did not realize that could be so.
Amazing thing can lift the meat.
It's also familiar of Professor Sayori.
Oh.
True.
Sorry.
You're fine, sir.
Have you been in the dorms, Q?
Not you, Leviticus.
I do not suppose you have seen any visions or any strange occurrences, yes? I have been trying to watch, but many do not go towards the dorms.
The eye of both of them, yeah.
Well, they both looked at me.
pull on my ear when it's time for
That is good.
announcements. As if you would be so
It should be
kind.
soon, sir.
There's only been one wandering there. Oh,
I
Like,
steal my food.
30 seconds soon, if I had to guess.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yep.
There they go.
Yeah, go.
Yes, hello. Oh, is that what? Ah, okay. Okay.
Go ahead, why don't you just
I've
drag
never
him up
been,
to the... Why don't you
I haven't
just
really
drag him
talked
up
with
to
too
the...
many of the year twos about it. Year ones, I guess.
You know what?
Like, how have things here been?
Go for it.
Have they been okay?
Hours today
They've been fine, but yeah, honest. I mean, yeah, school's haunted. Besides that, yeah, spirits have been fucking around again.
Yes, a little spirit friend.
But also, I'm kind of in a little bit of a struggle. We don't have a lot of the year twos left. I'm at year one. The people who were here last year, or a lot of them left around, so it's kind of been a bit of much. It's kind of been a bit of a burden on, well, especially me and Biol as the councilman.
good morning, Blitz.
Oh, that might be why I always call back to make sure
Morning,
that I can answer
Kokkuri.
questions for people. I don't know though.
Well, it's
Hello,
also just
Q.
in terms
Look at you
of,
go.
well, training people. Well, less of us.
Then you
Oh,
continue
I'm gonna be
doing the
that
Calvary
with
interviews
Super,
later.
Actually.
That
Yeah,
makes
he
sense.
hasn't talked to yet either.
Just guessing you
Let's
did
see
it
for the
to
wicked, I
inform more
suppose.
people.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully you all have been learning
know.
much.
There's a lot of
Or at
people
least
here who have like
thought
really
of ideas
destructive
with ways
magic, and
to
that's one
use it
thing that
properly.
Excellent tea.
I have been at least. Some of the team compositions I've been thinking of have been nice. I know I did appreciate working along with you, Wilhelm and Aeneas.
Indeed.
I have ideas for future endeavors for different teams, depending on what is asked of us and how to best cover each other's shortcomings. Well, living
Okay.
beings, after all, we're going to have them.
Morning announcements. Just so everyone's aware, the headmistress will be out for the week. She is conducting some business in Israel at the moment. So any questions that would go to the headmistress, please free to ask me. Besides that, as you all
Hey, Vader.
are probably acutely aware, we
The
still
thing from
have
last
a
week.
spirit influx
Passed out
currently.
pamphlets for the not live
While they
stream
are
in this
not
world.
as rowdy as they were a week ago, they are still wandering about here and there, so do keep that in mind. With that said, with everyone's interest, I will be conducting a spirit lesson not too long from now, so everyone has a more baseline understanding of the creatures that are now wandering about the school.
I have been
I'll
curious
explain.
what they know.
Besides that, Mr. Dacuno has a plan for diplomacy class later, assuming he comes in today. So we'll play that by ear.
What is this diplomacy?
And finally, after all, there will be a cavalry meeting later in the day after both classes. So if you're in cavalry, keep that in mind. Besides that, I'll be holding my class in about 20 minutes from now in the classroom. And I believe that does it for morning announcements, unless you have something else, Copperbeard.
I don't think so.
Unless you're discussing.
Don't worry too much about it.
Mm. But yeah, so I think this is diplomacy class number 3. We had one last year. Copperbeard gave.
Members, if you wish to learn how to craft a potion or are interested in a potion, please approach Professor Copperbeard so he can prepare to teach you all what specific potions you will all like to learn.
That is good to know.
After that, I believe that's the end of morning announcements.
At least that's relatively quick.
Yeah. Credence for that, at least.
Don't care much for the long announcements either.
No. It's understandable since they're telling you what classes we're up to about, but it still doesn't really matter since we're doing those classes anyways.
What do you mean by vision? No, what do you mean by vision? I don't like the sound of that.
It is good to know the timing at least.
That's right.
Ugly.
Fuck that. Yeah.
Also locations. They seem to change.
Well, just maybe listen better, probably hear better.
That thing likes stealing things, doesn't it?
There's a random piece of.
I think it has a horde somewhere.
Oh, Sarah's familiar.
And there's another spirit.
Hmm.
This'll do.
Oh. Oh. Hmm. Oh, the holes are working again.
Be careful how close you get. They're kind of volatile.
I have noticed. They seem to be somewhat working today. Possibly. Or perhaps they will call me a liar. There we are.
Other hand.
Oh, there goes Coyote's familiar.
I always forget
I
which
rub my
hand, but
hands
I
together
just
a little
default
bit.
to
Speak to people, and then I'll do
I always
some
just
information.
default to just being cold.
That's all
familiar.
Good morning. You wish to join me for a bit?
Hello.
Good morning. Mm. Oh. I heard that you had quite a difficult encounter with a spirit. I understand it is much to take in. I do not know when you have last eaten, but I will at least leave this here for you. If the world will let me.
Thank you.
Do take care. And be certain to... whatever strong emotion you felt from that spirit, it is not good to bottle it in. I cannot get it to stay, but it is there.
No. Only therapists are in their own right.
Looks strong. Good
You
morning.
say we're special. I got nothing but a fucking curse. I do not feel special.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, just reach out to one of us if they're
I'll
bothering
let
you
you
too
know,
much.
because yeah, I do not want my maybe I just go to the training area. That might be what I just do.
Mm-hmm. They were chased out of the main hall by one of the grey spirits. A little bit in a panic, though. Oh well. I literally told them just to come to one of us if it's bothering them too much. As I can't keep watch over every single individual all the time.
That is understandable. It was quite the gathering this time around.
And how are we today?
Alright, I would say.
Indeed. Yourself?
I am well, thank you. Heading outside for a moment.
No? Well, isn't this a surprise?
I was at least going to take a walk around the various rooms. I know at least a few have been gathering in certain places.
Yeah, I will say they're a little bit curious, those.
I was hoping to find the child again.
I've seen them around. Though I can't say they were in the best of states. Almost as they were flickering unevenly.
Indeed. There is...
I suppose their time is running out.
That is part of it, I believe. I believe many have approached them. But they are also dealing with negative karma.
The child gave us essentially a whole group of, what was it, maybe 6, 7 individual at once, the same vision.
Ah, that is what Arlo was speaking
That's probably why it's drained.
I heard that they manifested something with a type of conjuration magic. That must have taken quite a bit of their mana.
Indeed. No, they wanted to show us. So, that's what they did. After all, in the end, it's their choice, what they do with their remaining mana.
This is true. Though, the mind of a child does not quite understand everything the way that others may.
There.
They are also not able to taper their emotions. They do not have the amount of experience.
Right?
So they can be more volatile if they choose to use it poorly.
Very good.
That is why I've been keeping an eye.
That they
Well,
can, though.
don't let me stop you.
From past experience with it. They
I
are a
will
little bit
probably
more
need your
stable than
master later on.
I would say most children would be in their situation.
I believe it is because they are repressing the emotions that would cause that, which is surprising. At least they are repressing the memory.
Not really, I wouldn't say.
Hello there.
Greetings,
Their
Professor.
memory was quite quick, if I may say so. They didn't get the worst fate compared to the others. What was it? I believe their death was caused via injection. It's still quite painful, though probably not the worst.
This memory may not be about their death in particular. The flickering to darkness would be a sign of an experience that they are not... They are actively trying to avoid remembering. If they showed you something different, that is not the memory. Whatever they are repressing is what I am concerned about. If they are otherwise calm, that may be something that could tip things. So I have simply been keeping an eye in case they become volatile in remembering things.
Well, whatever they may remember, the more information that we gain out from that, the better we can probably, handle the situation further.
This is true.
In one way, it's essentially as bad dream. Eventually, that dream will be over.
It is good not to hold on to it so tightly that it cannot be let go when they return. But it has to be done carefully, especially with child spirits. Either way, Arlo said that you all would be speaking on it sometime today. If that is the case, may I join you?
Potentially. I don't know exactly how things are gonna go right now. Right now, the main thing is the entirety of the cavalry meeting, to making sure the entirety of the cavalry is up to date, and that's technically Sayor's meeting that they're calling forward. If Sayori wasn't gonna call forward one meeting, I was gonna call it anyway, so.
Indeed.
Potentially. As considering it's Sayori that's in charge of this meeting, well, she's the one who decides who goes and not. I I do wonder how many more people are gonna get tormented by these spirits. And wonder what information will be gained from it.
The ones that, at least, I believe you have seen so far, I do not believe they are tormenting anyone. They are the victims here. Aside from the cultist.
That's not exactly what I meant.
Hmm.
I didn't mean that they're doing it intentionally. Though we have other people like, the Oni that just ran away. That's scared of they don't want to see those visions and so on.
That is understandable.
In a sense, that's a small amount of torment.
Hmm.
Not really that it's intentionally or out of malicious. It's just some people are not willing to pay the
Things seem to be taking their time.
Price.
And for at least the number that have been
Price for
here,
information.
most of those who have had visions have proactively attempted to seek them out. Hello again.
Indeed, that was why I said to him, oh. Well.
Shown themselves a little bit more this morning.
So why are you hiding? There's no need to be afraid. You can come out if you wish. Having fun playing your game of hide and seek? You doing all right?
Mana hurts a little bit, but I'm not as tired.
I suppose that's good that you're not as tired, though. It's unfortunate to hear that you're in a little bit of a pain.
What did I do?
You just said that your mana hurts a little bit.
Greetings.
Hello.
Hello. You speak?
Am I not supposed to talk? I'm sorry.
I don't know how the logic is.
No.
To be in spirit.
You're allowed to speak.
They can speak.
You're allowed to speak.
You're feel free to say whatever you wish.
They are just surprised. Many
Except
cannot hear
anything
you.
racist. Don't say anything racist.
What's a racist?
Oh, dear. Right. I
Nothing to be
understand
concerned
now.
about.
You have no need
There
to
you go.
concern yourself with stuff like that at this point. As I said, you're free to speak whatever you wish. After all, we're here to listen. And try to help as much as we can.
Big black wing man put me on the podium. At least he tried to.
He tried, though. Kinda hard for Angel to see you properly.
You have this.
Are you enjoying your exploration?
Uh,
So your mom decides.
Hmm?
Exploring elsewhere.
Going towards the classroom.
Classes shall be beginning soon.
Yeah, sounds about right.
They did remark on how you tried to put it on the podium earlier.
Any stowaways I have hiding here are perfectly fine where they are.
Does it by chance maybe recognize you, sir?
Do I recognize this one specifically?
Other way around, that they might recognize you.
Yeah, maybe. I've been around for a while.
Right.
Hello, little one.
Ba ba
Bubba to you too.
ba ba ba.
Do you want to help teach the class?
I don't know how to count to 4. I don't think I'd be much help with each.
Luckily, it's not math.
It's not math, it's about spirits. Ow. We must do that Pandoran spear gridding.
I do it
Very
right?
good. You did well.
I assume class will be starting soon, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Whispering Woods has their fair share of spirits, so I'm not unused to that.
Well, I guess like you said, sir, you've been here for a while.
As you learn in this lesson, spirit is a second chance of life, usually formed from painful disasters, but it doesn't make the spirit itself naturally malevolent.
I would not call it a second chance.
Take a guess.
Having fun with the stars?
It's probably a mythling.
A mythling?
Usually ones that die too suddenly when they had a lot of potential in life to continue. Children, for example.
I
understand.
You remarked about we having real ones instead of artificial ones.
Down.
Said to us.
Those kind of
you guys
spirits are
have
the
real
most innocent
trees.
of the
We
bunch.
don't have those much.
They don't even know how to hurt a fly, even if they could.
Long.
Because of that pure or just that young?
So
A little bit of A, a little bit of B.
The real stars.
I see.
At least not too near.
I want to eat. They look gummy.
These small stars look yummy, you say?
Yeah.
Attention students, I'll be starting my class shortly. If you don't want to come, then, well, there you go. Hmm.
Shit, my accessor really crashed again, so.
Again.
Very much in the attic.
Right.
Greetings.
Hello. I'm hiding from my life.
What did you do?
Why?
The familiar's still mad at me.
Yeah, quite
You would feel a little small hug onto your arm.
It's been mad at me for like 2 weeks.
Hello there.
Fair enough then. Well then, I guess I'll start beginning this class then. Greetings all. For this class, I will be teaching on a very current topic. I'll be teaching about spirits. Specifically what they are, what causes them, and different forms of categories you have for different types. Now, I won't be discussing every little bit of them because that would take too much time than we have, but I will give a general estimation of everything. As some of you are acutely aware, we have a bit of a spirit overload right now. So I believe it's good to understand why, well, not why they're here, but, well, why they are doing what they're doing. I'm about to begin if you guys want to take a seat. Now, the most important question is, what is a spirit exactly? Is it the soul, remnants of whatever the life was still there, but when the person dies? Kind of, but not exactly. A spirit is the release of one's mana after death, combined with a primal memory and emotion tied to it during death. Now, those can be anything from anger, fear, distrust, or it could be more pure ones like hope, happiness, joy. These primary emotions will shape the spirit onto its next life. Now, this not happen to naturally everyone who dies for obvious reasons, but it will typically more happen to people who meet a very short and or interesting death. Murder being one of the primary causes for obvious reasons. Now, although it is also possible for spirits to perform from natural deaths as well, if a certain person dies with a lot of unresolved issues or things it truly regrets in life. However, well, as said before, a spirit is not just emotions, but it is also mana in its purest form. Not having a body of itself, under certain conditions, if that mana is cut off or sapped away, a spirit will disappear permanently. There is no third coming of it. Now then, there are certain races and types that can naturally sense or see mana. One example is angels, with our ability to sense mana in a radius. We can pinpoint these spirits from certain distances, although it's not the same as seeing or interacting with spirits. But a more primary example is demons, which there she is. Primary example right here is from our host Seb. Yokai are extremely adept at seeing and perceiving and interacting with spirits, whether they reveal themselves or not. All demons have this special eye to it. But yokai are more used to being around spirit kind. Another racial example is Wendigos. Wendigos also have the ability to perceive and interact with spirits as well. Besides these special races and their interactions, unless the spirit shows itself to you, it will very easily not be able to be perceived. Now, spirits don't exactly have a necessary goal to them. They simply have their primary emotions and what fleeting memories they do have, although this is not consistent. Some spirits have extreme amnesia and do not know how they cross over to the next life, with some only motivation of trying to figure out what happened to them, while others cannot give rid of the memory of what caused them, a longing pain they wish to absolve themselves of somehow. No. The mana type for each spirit depends on naturally the person who died and what their mana was. Fusions, it could be a bit more tricky to see when they are a spirit, what kind of mana they are, as it's hard to read what a fusion is. Some might just evolve back into their primal energies, while some will stick with their fusions. It's all a course by course basis. Now, any questions before I go into the different types of spirits? Okay, very well. The first is what we have are banshees. Now, these are very specific to wind mages or wind users, but when a witch mage meets final death, they can potentially turn into these kinds of spirits, with a erupting scream that can be heard miles away. These spirits tend to be formed from unresolved businesses, typically from bleeding heart types. Those have lost a loved one or been in a bad relationship. Those whose heart were recently torn apart from unseen and undesired events. Emotional types. And thus their cries can be heard from where, because they usually come from their core memories of whatever recent event that happened to them before they died that caused them to groan in agonizing pain. The weep of a banshee is quite loud, and if heard for too long and too close, can actually cause a living person to go unconscious. So do keep that in mind.
That has proven difficult in some
The next, which is probably the most
instances.
common you have already seen today, are whispers. Whispers are very, very small spirits, very tiny ones, and come from little fragments of the human soul. I mean, the human body when it dies. They carry little bits of memory as they go from place to place, and one person can form into many fragments with each individual memories of that one person. However, whispers are not very interactive normally. They typically keep to themselves and just isolated balls of memories and emotions that just float by the wind. These whispers are very typical to be seen around shrines and other holy places as keepers of individual memories, whether good or bad. Yes.
Can whispers be harmed in any way?
Do you mean... What exactly do you mean harm? Like injured or disposed of?
In any way, really. The main reason I'm asking this is because the spirits that have come to us in Curiosum originated in Israel, and they have come here for safe haven. For what reason would they need to seek safe haven?
While I don't know the exact reason why they would come here for a safe space, unless they were pushed or forced here, or some unknown magical force, it is possible to harm a spirit. Not physically, of course, but magically. Granted, it can't be the same magic type it is for obvious reasons. Also, if there's any of magical effects that can cut off magic temporarily, could also apprehend or get rid of a spirit. Although, keep in mind, if not properly exercised, like whatever students do, ending a spirit like that could have extreme, unforeseen consequences for the future. These are, well, or used to be parts of people that have died. And while this isn't based on logic per se, it is very common for those who dispose of spirits willy-nilly just for getting rid of them like pests to seen very unlucky circumstances happen to them. So, yes, it is possible to harm them. It is possible to get rid of them permanently. But do be fair warned in this aspect.
Either way, it is not getting rid of them permanently. They simply return to the cycle, or they are kept from it.
Were you saying something, Kokkuri? I did not hear you.
I was simply explaining that it is not a matter of getting rid of a spirit permanently. Either way, they return to the cycle or they are kept from it, in the way that we are dealing with these cultists.
Yes. What Kokkuri does is basically, they don't destroy them or get rid of them per se, they simply move them to a more bigger source. While disrupting the magic would be the equivalent of killing them a second time. And there is no third chance.
It is the matter of purifying the mana first, so that they can go calmly back to the core.
Yes. Now then. The next is a Millen. I think I pronounced that right. Millen. These, I was talking about this beforehand, but those are the innocent type, the very innocent spirits. Not too similar to the one we have here, I believe. These spirits typically form from those have died at a very early age with much potential to them. Children, most commonly known. They are the ball of innocence. They simply go around doing what they will because they are trying to relive the chance they lost. Either by unforeseen circumstances, natural disasters, or, as I already said, the most common cause. These creatures will do as they please, not harm others, and simply try to absorb and learn. Although, do keep in mind those of similar natures with very much more dangerous bringings of coming to the state could show a much terrifying and grisly state that happened to them. So do try to be kind to these spirits at least. The next is Evie Bora. These are fierce, strong, and hot-headed spirits, typically formed from anger from their death, for one fear nothing. It is best described as these spirits pass through as a suffocating effect, like smog going through your lungs. These spirits are not too unlike some of the black ones that have been going around. They are full of much negative emotions, anger usually being a primary suspect. These ones don't typically try to make everyone suffer, but if you interact with them, they will make sure that you are fairly aware of what they're feeling and what's been going on. And they will make sure to try to make sure you feel the same way they feel. Some of them range from simple assholes from purely malevolent spirits. And if these spirits were to ever take form again, it is said they would only know violence. So do keep an eye on them. Okay. Next, poltergeist. One of the most famous of spirits. These are your spirits that typically pick up items, throw across the shelves, throw books across the shelves, throw bags across the shelves. They have a tendency of interacting with objects and not making a mess of themselves. These ones are spirits typically formed from knowledge types, bookworms, those investigating the unknown, or dying of a lack of knowledge. That one person who got murdered just before receiving his big answer. That one investigator that was getting too close to the case. That one guard who was just trying to find the truth. Or that one scholar who stayed up way too late one night and mistreated his body. He trying to learn all the knowledge he could and then died a death of slowly dehydration because he refused to take a single drink. These ones will typically try grabbing a lot of things, trying to learn, examine different objects, and throw them across when they finally figure it out. They also can be a bit of drama queens, I guess is the best way to put it. They want you to know they're here. It's why they're throwing things around. They also can give quite a spook, and why they're a bit famous more than the others. It's quite easy to tell when a poltergeist is here, even if you don't have spirit sight, because, well, something has to be throwing all these things around. It's quite common that these are called the immature of spirits. So next time you see a few of the bags lying around, now you know. The final category are wraiths. These ones are particularly interesting. These spirits are stuck in the past, reliving memories that were in their lifetime, either pleasant, good, or so on and so forth. If you ever go into a house and you see a translated person going about their normal day, not even acknowledging you're here, not acknowledging everyone here, they are wraiths simply replaying their life over and over and over again. Now, these memories could be happy memories, or they can be truly depressing memories. Whatever memory is, it's one that was most prominent when it was dying. A wraith that's naturally formed from natural death will probably be more of a happy memory, while one that gets axed off will more likely be a wraith reliving its last and worst nightmares. It's a good thing to know is that if all these spirits have the capacity to show whatever memories they have seen before, with a slight exception being the Mylans, as because they are so young, they don't have much memories to share, if at all, say, besides the ones that receive a dark death. Spirits showing memories to others is not necessarily an evil act by design. Maybe it's to warn the others not to receive the same fate. Or they cannot simply bear to hold on to this pain anymore, so they wish to share it with whoever they get their closest hands on. Spirits by themselves can be maleficent or they can be good, but primarily they are just acting on their primal emotions which they only really have left to really go on in their second life. So try to remember that while these spirits that are school are wandering around. Now, before I start wrapping things up, do I have any questions? Yes.
So given the amount of spirits that are coming here from Israel, have you been able to see any of the emotions that they've been carrying, sir?
Describe motions.
Have you seen any of the memories that they have kept within them? Have you experienced anything?
Not during this round. I was shown a few memories last year.
Several of us
But though I have been described by multiple students of what they've been saying.
Yes, I suggest you try and see if you can get the memory of one of these spirits, sir. Because there's something more urgent going on.
You cannot force a spirit to show you a memory. They must show it to you.
Everyone who has received one has been told to write it down.
They will do so.
Then in that case, do you believe the students who have told you their stories?
Why would they lie to me?
And if you do believe their stories, then why are we not doing anything about them? Why are we sitting here, lecturing about spirits when we can go save people's lives who are still there, and prevent any more spirits from coming up?
Okay, where will we go then?
I feel like it's quite obvious. Israel.
Oh, I know Israel, but I know. No, give me an exact location. Which warehouse? Where's the street address? Give me the exact location right the fuck now.
Sir, I think that going to Israel would help us find that information out.
Okay, where would you go?
Upper city, undercity. We look around. What are we gonna do? How are we gonna get the information? By hoping a spirit gives it to us? We should go there!
So your idea is to go around waving our hands, asking a bunch of questions, hoping the enemy just falls into our lap.
And does not change their plans because of it.
Are you insane? Of course we're not gonna do anything stupid like hope the enemy gives us a lucky break. No! We use our brains. We use what we learned at this school to fix the evil that's happening right now.
If it was that easy, don't you think we'd already do that?
Yes! Why don't we try?
Because it's not that easy.
It's never easy, sir.
I know that.
Do things because they're easy. When I came to this school, the headmistress said that this is going to be the hardest thing we've ever done.
Yes, and it's why we are making preparations to do that. But for now, while we're making those preparations, we are using our best time to learn things.
When can I expect that we leave? I can't stand seeing so many people die and us doing nothing about it.
As I said before, the headmistress is at Israel making preparations. If you cannot understand thy hints, then you clearly haven't...
You not have an ETA?
I do not have an exact date right now, no.
Well, that's why I said ETA, an estimated. Do you have any information from the headmistress of when we can go? You can just say in a week or soon.
Soon. Not in a week. Any more outbursts?
Seems like you have it handled.
No, the class dismiss. Oh, okay, we have a question.
I mean, class can still be dismissed. Mine is just because I wasn't here.
Okay, I'm just gonna turn off my loud voice then. Okay, yes?
Hello. I wasn't here at the beginning of the lesson, so did you mention what kind of spirits the ones that are in the school are?
Majority of them are wisps, but others could be other ones like Mythins or poltergeists. Some example of wraiths have also been seen here and there.
I'll be back, probably.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
You're welcome.
Well, besides my country and this sun song right now.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Sadly, is not the best. I do apologize.
I'm just.
That's our answer.
Scared me. No, it's alright. I really don't care which one I get called.
Of course.
Fair enough.
I'll be right back.
Either way, I'll leave you be.
That way.
Thank you. I'm earlier. Kokkuri.
How are you doing, Menace?
I'm doing good.
That's good. Glad to hear, at least.
Yeah.
Hopefully enjoying at least your familiar training.
What did Europa just say?
Thyroid.
Fuck, I couldn't hear well.
So yeah, it's good.
Yes, but
Is that a familiar
I just
here?
mostly am there for emotional support and such. But again, as long as, well, from what I've seen, it seems as if it's at least going well. Trust me, if you want to get familiar training from me, it'll probably take you another 2 or 3 semesters before we even get halfway through what Sayori
My
could
progress
teach you.
is going good so far.
Seems the tensions are high,
That's good.
but that is normally what happens when there are many spirits around.
Good start. So can you complain about that?
Fair enough.
No.
But either way, for now I think I'm going to actually check on a few of the other students. I think there was some by the training area. But
I need to find Cube.
either way, very
Cube's at
proud
the
of you,
training
Menace.
area.
You're doing a good job.
Okay, thank you.
They're a very curious one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then again, when it comes to, well, marine life, when it comes to crabs, they tend to be more curious out of all the different types of creatures.
Come on.
Yeah, no, I just.
Ah. Certainly. I would be happy to.
Stop to talk to us. Come on.
No, exactly. I just got done talking to Wilhelm, and Ryan's a bit scattered from
Mm.
he relayed me with the visions he saw, so I'm kind of thinking of a theory right now.
I see.
Yeah, they saw the cultists.
Alright.
Mm.
Yeah.
For the most part, yes. Though I apologize that I've mostly been focusing on the spirits that are still here until I can help them pass.
I need to speak to. I can't remember. Spoke to Blitz. Spoke to. I just talked to them. Idris. Who else was it I needed to speak to? I cannot remember.
What did you speak to Blitz about?
Well, some stuff I heard from about 2 weeks ago. And I wanted to make sure I got some clarification on that.
Indeed.
Pull you over to the just to make sure no one goes ahead. Just meet me in the ritual room.
Oh, okay.
It is appreciated, Gummy. And thank you for agreeing to be a training partner. I believe it is good to diversify such things, yes. Is there anything specific you would wish to train? Countering. Very well. I believe so. We can try out different formations, or simply sparring back if you wish. Indeed.
Yeah, I shall later on. I'll probably best to explain what it'll happen. A little closer. I think most people would be at the training grounds.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
I do not know if I am particularly good just yet, but it will be good to have a partner for it. Thank you, Gummy.
Happen. It calls outbursts, but
I'm not too worried
Hmm.
about it. The professors will deal with it. They got it handled. They just have to explain it more.
Who did the outburst to go to Israel?
Of course.
The outburst, I think. Are you asking who
Hopefully
had
things
an
will
outburst?
calm down soon enough.
Yeah, specifically.
Though it seems there are tensions
It was
everywhere.
a blue-haired angel
Let me check.
with the halo.
Black and face. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
They were not.
Less people around and less guards around to monitor things.
Is there any way that we can get eyes there at that time?
Potentially. Although we have to keep an open mind. Have to keep the party small, but not too big to get attention. After all, last thing we want is one of our students being the next victims, after all.
When that party is inevitably made, I'm fully willing to submit myself to joining it. Through any means necessary.
If I'm not in that party, I'll go alone.
Please do not throw yourself to die.
That's not the goal.
That may not be the goal, but going by yourself will be a suicide mission.
Do not give the enemy any upper hand. If they are using spirits and creating them as such, do not put yourself in a situation where you may become one and add to their collection, knowledge or otherwise. I understand your feelings.
Why don't we get the entire student? I know. Just hate doing it. I just hate that we're just sitting here.
About that.
Everyone needs to know. We have so much information.
Not just the cavalry.
More heads working together on this would solve the problem faster. We need to find patterns in the memories.
Agreed. But there is the thing of the spirits are still active, which means that they could be giving more memories, which means there could be more information.
We have students that are capable of speaking to the spirits.
Yes, I know. I can see
You
one
don't
right
need to
now.
have every single individual walking around, talking to them. I have full faith in the yokai and the individuals that can communicate with them, that they are doing their job. I don't think we should put everything on hold just because the spirits are here.
We're not putting everything on hold. Regardless of not, we still have to wait at least a week till the headmaster get back to all the permissions. Not like we can go the next week at all.
Then we can do everything in this week to prepare for everything.
Or we can wait till next week while we have a lot more people around. I noticed but the school is a bit empty today.
That doesn't matter. People that are here can work.
The people who are here are doing what they came here to do. They're learning and improving.
The information cannot be gathered all at once. To do so may cause the spirits to become volatile. They need to be purified, not forced to relive things.
Of course. Well, if not a meeting, then why don't we have a big board where you can just post our information and everyone can read it when they have time. That way it's way more convenient. We can all put all our information in one spot.
That would be way more useful than a Cupid box.
An idea.
Dorms.
Hey, I'll get on to that.
I have been writing down everything that I have experienced. I have told others to do the same.
Thank you, Kokkuri.
You were saying something, Europa?
We can use the Cupid box for this.
I don't think that would be the best call in this scenario.
Well, I don't think we need the Cupid box right now. The lives of these people is far more important than the squabbles of the students. If they can't get together to fight a common enemy, then what worth are they?
Post these things.
It would simply be a matter of using a board.
We can use what's already there. I'm sure they'd be willing to work with us.
Wait, the Cupid board or the people that are already there? What?
Taking over the board, I assume,
If we
is what
spread
your
the word
means.
to write the information we know about this entire situation, pasting it out on the Cupid board, and that can be the place where everything can be stored. Considering it's already there, it's not being used right now, and it is much more important information than love advice and drama.
I do not believe Europa is saying that we
mean,
should use the actual box itself.
I can
simply the
also
board.
just, put up a cork board. Like, it won't take long.
I mean, either way, we just need a board.
Yeah,
A board and a
I'll get the
good
play
spot.
board. I'll get the play board open. It doesn't matter. You could use whatever. I'll just get it up.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
How much information do you
can be
have,
shared,
Professor?
we will accept it.
Yeah, more than most.
Are you aware of the power grid and the lights going out at certain times of day?
Yep.
Are you aware that a city council member might potentially be corrupted or replaced with a doppelganger?
I've heard your theories, and first of all, it's not Mika. Gee, if I have to say that one more time.
I did not mention that. That was not
I
my
know,
suggestion.
but like 3 or 4 people have mentioned, like, it's probably this. I would not have bring them on the goddamn school grounds.
Well, are you aware of the mechanical ticking noise that is present in many of the memories? We have theorized that it's likely a pocket watch that's being kept by the cultists to know when the power is going to go out so they can time their executions.
I mean, or it could just be the fact that it's an underceiling and every house has a giant gear here and there in order to function.
Well, if that were the
Then why
case,
does
then
it
the
only
ticking would have...
happen right before the attacks?
Exactly. The ticking's only prominent during the time of the murder.
Clockwork.
It could be the case.
If
What
we
else causes
then we
ticking
can research different
besides
types
the
of pocket
watch?
watches, gears, and try to isolate the noise itself to see whichever one can match the most of what we've experienced in these memories so far.
And if you're trying to
But
track
those
down
are
supplies...
I don't know how different a pocket watch tick is depending on the make and model, but if you believe you can isolate it, then...
I assume that would be a question for James.
Prominent mechanic.
If we are able to
I
tell
see.
it is a pocket watch, that will be different than telling that it is a gear. All of these things are very different sounds that we could be able to locate, especially for beasts that have better hearing than most. That, and most of the races, at least from the ones that I've studied, have different capabilities of noticing things, such as harpies and Valhalla giants are capable of speaking to the air. If I'm put in Israel, I can potentially ask out to see if the wind has seen anything.
Mao's already tried. It was not a good result.
The information I might be getting might be different, considering the way that we speak to the wind is different.
No, that's not the problem. When Mao tried to speak with it, something physically stopped the wind from talking.
That also needs to be
How long ago was
investigated.
that?
It was heat. It's either the work of the archer or this mysterious father figure. Either way,
It would make
neither
sense
is
given
good.
what has happened with the Dreamweaver. There are some things he was
Is the
also
wind of
incapable of
Israel
talking to us about.
Apologies. Is the wind of Israel capable of traveling to the Academy?
No. Yeah, wind is centrally located in its area. Pretty sure if the wind traveled to a different area, it wouldn't be the wind of Yisrael anymore.
Would that information still be able to hold itself? Theoretically, could I get something by asking the wind here?
I highly doubt it.
The areas bordering Israel.
Are you asking me where the school is?
No. I'm asking, if I ask the wind around Israel, would they be able to tell me anything?
More than likely, you'll
Theoretically.
probably get the same results as Mal, except maybe worse, because they may get an arrow this time. Which is why I'm
They'll be able to
suggesting you
tell
not
us.
to do it.
That would be able to tell us something. The more parts of the thing that we can put into account, if it happens to two of us, that's more of a definite answer than it only happening to one of us. We will know for sure that the wind is being blocked by force, and it wasn't just a one-time thing that happened a while ago. The more information that we have, the better, even if it is trivial or useless in one's eyes.
Not if the
We all have
trivial
different
information you're trying to
capabilities
get puts yourself in danger.
And putting the spirits
We're
in
trying to
danger.
act smart.
Reminder
Are
that
you saying
spirits
this
can be
isn't a smart
harmed.
idea?
If the information you were trying to gather could potentially be more useful in this case, it would be a smart play. But considering we already have a leading cause of what could happen, and the potential for you getting more harm for getting information just to confirm that the same thing happened, yes, I think in this particular case it would not be smart. We do not need you risking an arm and a leg just to confirm that we can't talk to the wind there.
Pardon my words, but I feel as if this information, even if it has a small chance of helping us in the slightest, if it could have the smallest possibility of saving a life, I would be willing to risk anything.
Risking your life is important. Throwing your life away is dumb.
How was talking to the wind throwing your life away, sir? Or at least attempting to do so?
Because Mal got unscathed was lucky. We do not know if the same second time would be just the same. And the archer is the one you guys keep seeing visuals of killing people very accurately. And not that I don't doubt your skills, but I also don't doubt his skill as well. It takes one arrow to shoot you in between the eyes.
And again, you may also not be the only casualty. They are using all kinds of spirits. What is to say they could harm the wind spirits as well? There's a reason that they are not talking. You should not force your ideals onto them as well.
I see.
I do wish I knew more about what they were doing and how they were gathering the energy of the spirits and keeping them contained as such. I am hoping to eventually learn this through drawing further from the staff and the more information we can get about the other artifacts.
Do you know anything about the batteries, sir?
So, I don't know anything too much on the batteries personally. Batteries aren't exactly my specialty or anything like that. Although, at the very least, I do find it strange. I don't see the purpose for it, honestly.
Do you think that they can be tracked?
Tinkering isn't my specialties, but it is possible to track an object.
Exactly.
However, we would need something to connect us to that object. A vision would not be strong enough.
All the more reason to go to Israel. Go find one.
Yes, if we did find a small piece of battery, we could use that to locate others. Granted, that begs the question is how sloppy will these cultists be?
Did you find something good?
The Israel ones do seem to be at least somewhat smarter in their approaches.
Give me a moment.
Do you know if any of the council members or if any of the cult leaders have the ability to make people stop moving? with
Hmm.
basically a glance, if anything.
Dalton is vampiric in nature.
What exactly is it that you're asking?
I was
Dalton
curious
does
what
have
sort of information.
Yes.
Dalton does.
When you look at the
is
cover, it
vampiric.
motions
He does have the vampiric
towards
ability
what seems
of
to be like
staring into
experiments
someone's
on
eyes for,
insects
like,
or animals to see if they can mock movement with batteries and jolts.
Many of the visions we saw involved people not being able to move despite wanting to. They had no. They didn't feel anything else. They just felt that they couldn't move.
Perhaps this is useful.
Could be a drug. Could be someone's magic.
I doubt it was a drug if they hadn't had anything beforehand. They hadn't noticed anything strange until they saw the figure
Experiments
that was about to kill them.
on animals with batteries.
There's also the phenomenon of fear. A lot of people are interacting with a
Creating
truly
movement
frightening
that would
sight
otherwise not
tend
be
to
created.
tense up.
I don't want to chalk it up to fear.
Just the possibility the individuals of
No,
Based on
but
how
it's just a
common
theory.
it is.
Well, it could be a very common fear magic.
There are many experiments that are being done on these spirits.
You know
Or at
anyone
least
that has that?
They have been
It might be one of
experimented
the
on.
murderers.
Not any like council members.
There was also an observation made by, I believe, Arlo, where one of the people that was being experimented on in the vision that he saw, their hair turned blonde after the experiment.
Both of you. Pardon the intrusion. We've unlocked new information.
Or at least potentially a clue.
A suggestion.
This seems to involve some experiments that were done on insects and animals, involving using the lightning of batteries in order to cause movement.
It was a forgotten practice back in, I would say, 16, I believe, a few years ago. But it was long since.
Are you one of the Aether students?
No.
Different one? Okay. Sorry, sometimes the pompous ones sound similar.
No. What's the word? Medical squad. I was tasked to go looking under Undercity. But my vocal cords got pulled around. Vocal cries mimicry. Stuck in certain tones. Some easier than others. But as I said in regards to the book, it was a long since forgotten practice, since necromancy doesn't work. Attempts upon it killed whoever tried. And if you were to survive, well, you'd be on a ticking time clock. But it was mostly done on insectoids, not humanoids insectoids. Kind of like livestock, I suppose.
Even then,
This isn't
the effort to do it is still present.
right. This isn't
It's
the
not
kind of magic I
improbable
studied,
somebody
so my
found a
understanding
note
is
journal
minimal.
down below.
What?
They
as I
said it's
said,
not
this was a
impossible
long
if
since
someone found
forgotten.
an old journal.
Of course. As I said, it was a forgotten practice, but by no means does it not mean there was documentation. Most likely in Undercity. But Dolian was always difficult.
Wait, what are you?
I swear, if Mika doesn't ring Dolian's neck, I'll do it for her.
Hello, Professor.
Oh joy, spirits in my library.
Yeah, I get used to it for a bit.
Sorry,
One of
I
the spirits
forgot the
brought
forbidden
out this.
section. Apologies.
Oh joy.
One of the
That
spirits
was
brought
in the
out this
forbidden
book. It's
section.
about. It talks about experiments using batteries to try and reanimate insects and animals. We believe it may be linked to what the cult's been doing, based on the memories we've been shown. Although I can't seem to
Can't give all
understand
the
most of it.
answers. That
It's
makes
not my
everything
forte.
boring.
Technology.
It's not a factor of
Wait,
knowledge
were they
should be
actually? Wait,
there.
did they actually pull that from the forbidden section?
I was talking to them, but I would assume not, because then they would have to go through the barrier.
It's possible, sir.
Oh boy. Fucking you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you actually take a book out of our forbidden section somehow? I'm actually going to lose it if you actually somehow did.
I did not. It was near it, but no. That
Oh,
thing keeps me
thank
from all
goodness.
the
That's
better
all I care
books.
about. I was about to
Oh,
actually go
near it
and
actually
look.
makes sense. Because the section right next to the forbidden section is.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, I know that. I know that, but it's more so as long as they didn't somehow. As long as someone didn't just somehow get through the barrier and pull a book.
Well,
from the
ghosts
section.
can't make other things
Started reading my
transparent.
mana as it was, and I don't even have exactly that much time comparative to quite a few of us. Begrudgingly.
Fair enough. I mostly was actually looking for you to see how, at least how you were feeling in terms of your small bits of training that I gave you.
There's a few other
practice
books
on.
you have that were curious to me that
It's
reminded me of some
trying.
research I saw down there.
Although my
Apologies,
mind's
I'm
been
borrowing your
occupied
book
by other
again.
things.
Fair enough. Just making sure that you weren't just like overexerting yourself or anything.
Remember,
I'm
one of
fine.
the books you pulled down was.
All right then. Glad to hear. Likewise, hopefully Miss Kokkuri and Mr. Europa, I hope that the two of you are also doing well.
I've been mostly focusing on the spirits so far.
That is very much understandable. I'll leave you to at least handling that, just as long as, well, as long as nothing damages my library, then we're fine. I don't want to have to.
They're gonna put the books back after they're done pulling them.
I have been meditating in front of the artifact room in case. I wanted to make sure none of them were being drawn by the artifact.
You know how I get when things break in my library. I mean, I already get annoyed that you leave your junk around here sometimes.
Don't worry, it's just a poltergeist. It's not gonna break anything. It's just gonna fling things around.
Ah, great. Yes, like the vases and the pictures.
I didn't have that idea, but now I do.
Oh,
That one's on you.
Wonderful.
Hey Siva, with the unicorn one and this idea of the batteries, could I get like a sense of whether that would be tied to like the mana vein stuff and trying to like basically creating spirits through using that stuff to basically reanimate their mana that way?
So it wouldn't fully reanimate. The best way to say it is, so unicorn's blood, they don't actually have any. They're full of mana. Their air quotes blood is mana. They're the O type pretty much. They can give their blood to anybody, and it would recharge them fully as if they was given their own element.
Okay.
The problem with that is their horn, if it's ripped out or damaged in any way, it completely cruxes their body. Their entire anatomy is fucked. Their entire mana output is fucked. But it is possible theoretically that maybe a battery could stimulate the horn. Not to 100%, but theoretically.
Okay, thank you.
And it is possible to try and keep that body, air quotes, alive until it was done, but at least enough to stimulate mana creation, despite the corpse being gone.
Oh. I'm sorry, Exilio. What were you saying?
You left the book on the insect experiments on that shelf.
Mm.
We're gonna come back for it once we find James.
They probably found that book in the section of dark arts up there, in case you want to examine it for more.
This may more make sense if
Thank you.
one of the experiment spirits that I spoke to. I've been keeping an eye on them. The horn was replaced by a battery. A unicorn.
In one of the visions I had, an angel's wings were replaced by batteries.
Those seem to be features specific to the races.
Right.
They're attempting to
Perhaps the
stimulate
great
the
word that
mana,
we're
perhaps, in ways that can be done
Exactly.
without what is necessary for them.
To you, but if I was to rip your wings out, it'd be good mana output, would it not?
I think something else that might be interesting is
They're gathering.
Okay, what race were you when you were
Isn't a
when you were
unicorn's horn the
alive?
main source of where their mana is used?
Yes.
exactly.
Same as an angel's wings. They're using the batteries to get mana to be stored into them.
That's like saying, hey, if I rip it off your ears, it'll be a good mana output, right?
It would.
Hopefully, but it's a good connection to
They
the
are
brain,
perhaps
so
still
I'm not so surprised.
attempting to stimulate the blood, at least for the unicorn. Continuing its.
These batteries could be used to store mana. They're trying to charge them with mana.
Or potentially use it as a what's the word? I mean, you're an Aether student. You used to be. Shouldn't you know that?
Remember that the book was specifically talking about trying to reanimate the insects using the batteries.
There is a race technically that runs off of mana. I wonder what.
Isn't it?
You just described like 3 races.
Yes,
There's
but
some
it's
that are born of
artificial.
mana, and then some that run off of mana.
Exactly.
Artificial.
Construct?
You talking about constructs or golems?
Yes. Constructs.
Isn't that what Songbird is?
Right.
Oh, last
And
I
it
heard
just
she
so
was on
happens that the
commission
cult
and now she's
also has construct
That
units.
could potentially
And those were
lead into
mysteries
my
as well.
theory about the father being a construct.
To create more
The only way to connect all of that type of mana within
Well,
one.
unless they have Magitech that could be aligned with those elements.
Are they trying to create Magitech to allow more people to do the things that they've been doing?
I mean, if you think about it, resource-wise, you're having to get a constant flow of mana crystals to get enough mana and elemental advantages for your Magitech properties. Then if you take that quadrant and then fill it in, if you have artificial crystals, then it would do a similar effect, depending on how much output you're wanting. Oh, that also has a lot of other factors of what is technically living and not living. But again, theories.
He writes this down. Good to know.
I wasn't a part of Mika's squad for nothing. So sad I died for it.
They're creating a sustainable energy source for constructs. That is not tied to
The
one
problem with
particular.
constructs, though, is they can only be assigned a very simple goal. That's what the main difference between golems. They're not exactly like actual people.
Maybe what if they're trying to improve the technology by putting them in actual people?
Or if they use
Or
the
what used
mana
to
of
be people.
spirits to fuel them. Those that contain emotions and memories already.
Goodness, when they said you Curiosum.
Depends on what they would do. If they're just trying to shove a spirit into a construct, it will never stay. The metal is a terrible conduit for magic. Draining a bunch of runes and other connections to it. If they were trying to combine metal bits with flesh, I don't even know how that fucking would work.
They already seem to be attempting to do
Be
such,
allowed to be controlled.
replacing parts of people with these batteries.
I mean, that would explain why they're taking so many people. Well, trial and error, that would take... Ugh.
25 people currently in the medical bay under comatose. At least in Upper City. That's excluding Undercity situation.
You're not helping.
I'm giving you information I thought you
She
would
is
want.
helping.
I'm sorry.
She is helping. More data's
I
always good.
apologize, you're being informative.
Thank you for the assistance.
Thank you. Of course.
Wait, were you that one talkie chick that went to Mika's birthday party? The one that brought that one big ball of punch?
Yes.
Oh. She just got a bonus, too.
Though the Undercity is getting crueler by the day.
What do you happen to know about an angel on the medical team who had disappeared after a routine inspection in the Undercity?
Yes, she was in my squad.
What was her name?
Is there anything about them that you can tell us?
Amari was hardworking, I can say that. Though, they always seemed skittish whenever it came to conversations in Undercity regards. something about an intuition in regards to Dolian. I never questioned her since she had started studying divination, but she never told me how her research was going on that. Then I remember before I passed, she left early. She was leaving the shift early because she wasn't feeling too well from the toxins. Despite her masks, she still felt nauseous from being around it. And then, well, yes, Undercity has a lot of smog. Then, in regards, she left early and I never saw her.
Do you
I
know
was
where
the
she
last
came
one to
from?
leave. We were both in Undercity. We were going back
Do you
up.
have a location of the place that she left?
I think she left.
Or
through
any
the
place where
right
we can
gate.
find it?
I'm not exactly sure where. I just know she went through one of the gates. We were sent down because Dolian's under investigation. And with that going on, well, we all had to go down there because his medical squad can't be trusted from what Mika's told us. I've
Do you know
never
if there's
seen
any?
her that angry.
You know if there's any place where we can get the exact location? Any records?
You would have to talk to the guards that were working that shift that let her out.
Shit.
That's
We don't have a location. Yeah, we don't. We still need a
The only
location.
person who technically could get that information forcefully would be Mika. Or Oswald, any of the councilmen, technically. Dolian's not in a proposition or scenario that he can decline.
Which is why the headmistress is right there, right now.
Okay, well, we have one. We have a name of at least one person who's dead. That's something.
Right. What do you think if we mention that name to some of the spirits? They might be able to tell us something.
Right.
I have been attempting to gather information about
Mysteries we have been
identities.
defining.
That is usually the first thing that
She was
is
also tasked to help out
left
with the
with
orphan
amnesia.
situation.
The orphan situation? Hold on. What's it?
There was two workers from Wolfram that passed, or at least are missing. Assumed to be passed, as it's been quite a while with no information. And their children
Wilhelm
are
had
left
those.
behind. The
What were
parents
they?
aren't around.
Wilhelm
I
had
don't
visions
work
of the
for
Aramis
Wolfram.
people.
I don't work for Wolfram, so
He
I don't
knows.
know. But I know
You'd
that
find Wilhelm.
Amari was going to help out Mika in regards of babysitting, and because the orphanage doesn't have enough space for them yet. So Lisette has one child, and the other one is with Mika. The twins are currently with one councilman each. Amari was going to help Mika while Mika had to deal with some meetings, I suppose, with Electra? Something like that. It was on the schedule.
Do you know anything else about these children?
Not from the top of my head. Last I knew, though, they didn't really look at that shop the same again.
Is there anything about them that you remember? Anything that they liked? Things they enjoyed or liked to do?
One liked stargazing, the other liked music. But one common hobby that they both shared was writing. But none of us could read any of their scribbles. It was as if it was an entirely different language. Even our linguist
Probably
couldn't
because it
translate
was.
That's. What do you mean? Probably because it was. Did the kids just know a different language
I mean,
that no one knows about?
I mean, I wouldn't say no one knows about, but some races have innate languages they just know how to write.
Indeed.
But they were. But if that was the case, then someone would be able to recognize it.
Well, I also do remember a lot of the squads have been out in Undercity. Medical bay has been packed. When I was alive, at least, there was 25 cases of comatose patients.
Did the comatose patients have anything special about them?
There was no organ failure. They didn't seem to have any physical damage or medical damages that could have led to it. They seemed fine outside of mana depletion. Mika's having to manually import mana into their bodies to stimulate their bodies until, well, they wake up. They're not flowing naturally anymore. They're not making any. Most normal cases of comatose, they make it as it's a sense of sleep. They're recovering. However, they're not. So she's having to manually import mana into their bodies.
Why did the
Maybe not your sleep then.
Most do. It's like the body healing itself.
My question
Taking
is,
all
if
the
they
mana
had
is
the
akin
mana
to taking
depleted,
their
why did the
soul.
cult leave them there to get picked up by the medical team?
Didn't one of them put others in an unconscious state before draining their mana?
That's possible too.
The staff.
The thing felt like silver.
The staff
I think
puts people
one or two of
unconscious.
the patients had one similar trait, but it wasn't enough data to make it a consistent factor. Something about blackened veins? I couldn't remember. Was it my
Yes.
division?
Black veins.
Black and vein. That is.
That was Amari's division, not mine.
Many of the lingering spirits have such appearances.
Wait, that was Amari's division. That means that they might be hunting down people and medical team to make sure the word doesn't get out.
Wait. What else are you able to tell us about the blackened veins?
Well, I don't think she knows that much because the blackened veins were Amari's division and Amari's
Well,
spirit's already gone.
make you a deal. Virtues of it? Give me access to your forbidden section, and I may give a little bit more later.
The forbidden section is forbidden for a reason.
I'm dead. What am I going to do with it?
Professor, she's a
Help
whisperer.
people, clearly.
I won't tell anybody as long as I can satiate my curiosity.
I mean, if you wanna make a certain promise that makes you sure that you actually don't tell anybody, then I'm fine sharing it to you.
Fine. And I'll give you information in exchange. Sounds like a deal?
Yes, it does sound like a deer. Keep in mind, you're a spirit, so if you do break this, your body will, whatever.
Feel free to sit closer, Aura.
She is not a whisper. She is most probably a poltergeist.
I would keep my distance a
Is that
little
one a
bit this way.
poltergeist? I'm not sure anymore.
No need to crowd.
Still, you might want to hear it in case it's too quiet.
If anything, a glance into the forbidden section could possibly gather us information about what they might be doing.
Right, but how much information? That means we'd have to comb through the forbidden section to try and find something, and I don't think that's a good idea.
Not that I think even virtues would allow us.
Right.
Even if lives are at stake.
In some cases, one might actually view knowledge as more dangerous than, the people.
Many of those that have decided to linger so far definitely have these blackened veins and also the batteries.
I need to know more about the blackened veins.
Upstairs we go.
I would assume that would be part of what would happen when one's mana is completely drained or something is replaced.
Sure. Any design specifications?
I will let you choose the design. Make it look Pandora-esque.
Spiky. Gotcha. Okay.
Oh yeah, and that'll go great with his punches. And hopefully you guys can formulate a plan of what you're gonna do.
Right.
Did you allow the spirit into the section or no?
Yep. It's
still in
taking
there.
its. Yeah.
Okay.
We can be patient then.
It's
If anything,
a
this is the
knowledge
closest
type,
thing to a blade that we've ever
so
gotten.
it might take a bit for them to read it all.
I was curious why you were hiding. Mm.
Thanks for writing.
It just is force of habit.
Well, this at least involves all of us anyway. In a sense.
His board just says, I'm always listening when out of sight. It's just something I do without thinking these days.
Oh, great.
I see.
Alright.
Mm-hmm.
Not again.
You simply do not have to feel as if you need to.
We need to get as many people out of here as possible that cannot handle what is going on.
That is fine.
Keo Fontaine, do not take another step up those stairs. Someone's being possessed.
Wait, what the fuck? Should I grab one of the professors?
We have virtues here.
Step away.
Okay.
Ora.
That's not my forte. Okay. Yep.
It seems the same thing is happening.
Ora. Got you.
It's alright.
Breathe.
Another vision?
We think so.
She seems to be having phantom pain.
How good at sensing mana are you?
I do it, like, almost every chance I get.
Then let this be a teachable moment. What do you see before you?
Well, there's a spirit and a classmate who's clearly in pain. She's experiencing something.
Not physically. What do you sense?
confusion.
Focus on the manas. See them intertwine. The spirit is currently influencing, surrounding her aura. Transferring of memories is not more than just sense. It is also magically physical.
How long she's been like this, sir?
Hold on.
How long
About
she's
5
been like
minutes.
this? 5 minutes?
2 minutes, roughly.
It seems to be the same that happened to us earlier.
Nice
Hold
one.
on.
Yes.
The magic is currently swirling around hers, not trying to corrupt, not trying to intertwine, but surrounding it. Think, as a tinker's mindset, think of 2 copper wires intertwining with each other, connecting each other in order to transfer one's memories and emotions to each other.
It's happening again.
I can tell.
It seems like Aura's being overwhelmed by a flood of pain and emotions.
Been gone for a few minutes now, apparently.
The influx of memories that which I believe you've experienced firsthand can be a lot.
Yes.
Professor Virtues, is it deemed
More.
safe enough to release prisoners outside the library?
Well,
Why there's so
what
many
now?
people here?
Is it deemed safe enough to move outside the library? I heard someone was choking and I did not get to hear anything past that, really.
Not choking.
Spirit is showing her their memories to her. She's just overwhelmed right now.
You're not doing well.
Then can we at least move
Physically,
outside
she
the library?
survived. Mentally,
And can we please move her outside the library? That's
once she's
Wait.
done, moving her outside where the spirit is could be dangerous.
what I was asking, Professor.
The spirit has
Hold on, she's back.
just moved away.
Quiet.
You can move her outside when she is able to. Do not force her to move.
That's why I'm asking you, Professor.
And do be careful. This means this area is potentially vulnerable to other memories. Keep in mind if you stand here.
What?
I just prefer to get some certains out if they are suffering, is all, Professor. That's why I'm asking about this.
Physically, they'll be fine. Mentally, they'll need time to recover.
Someone, water.
I got it.
Thank you.
I always keep a bag in my water. Or water in my bag. Here, canister. Kokkuri.
Thank you for
When you were able.
Thank you for the info. Thank you. I will not forget.
You did well. Water.
much. So useful.
Wonder if it's the same one that's been wandering around.
Recuperate.
Probably. Don't know.
Hold on, we're trying to listen.
Someone have something to write on.
Damn it. Funny thing. Make sure you pay for this. Every single bit of this.
And here's a pen.
You're so fond of ripping limbs of limbs.
Do not get lost in the emotions, Zara.
We will see how you feel when you're the one. Experience this.
Do not let the emotions overwhelm you. That is how the pull from the cycle continues.
It hurts. It hurts. But you will suffer as well.
You two doing okay?
Just fine. Peachy, I guess.
Experience the emotions. Accept them.
I swear,
Do not
William
let
is
them
using my
control
hammer
you.
for evil.
Respectfully, sir, we're trying to aid Aura here. We need to make sure we can hear her.
Apologies, I was getting the sense Wilhelm was about to do something stupid.
How long are you all planning to crowd me?
If you wish space. That's the little notebook and writing.
You really didn't want them to speak, did you? Ripping out vocal cords. Piece by piece. No need to keep gathering around me.
Hold on.
Like I said, no need to gather.
Kokkuri, please move. Come here, please. That's what I was worried about. That's what I was worried about. Sorry, Kokkuri.
Everybody okay?
Okay. Miracle, now you can start moving them into a different space because they start putting mines down again.
Take her to the clinic.
Yes.
I can't.
Okay, Arlo, did you see if they're...
Aura.
Yeah.
Can I trust that you want to kill them all.
What do you mean? First, I won't kill them all.
I see. Killing's too good for them. Where's the spirit? We haven't finished our lead yet. What? I don't think it's here anymore. I think it got stuck. I think all of its memories got deposited in her, and we have to wait for her to be able to tell us what happened exactly.
Indeed.
Things like that take time.
So, Virtues, you explain when I was told that there was a student being, or just someone being possessed in my library?
Take all the time you need.
Less possession, more forcibly shown memories of most likely how they died.
For now.
Okay, it's still more or less that still falls into some form of possession, but regardless, what in the... Is it still around here? Can we just...
We don't know.
It's
there a
not
way-
around
I
here
don't-
now.
I don't deal with spirit stuff. Is there a way to just kindly tell them, like, hey, can you do this anywhere else but my library?
The books over in that area may have been damaged by Aura's mind going off, sir.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
She did trigger a mind. That's important.
On herself. That is also important to know.
As long as it didn't damage any of the books, we're fine.
In this case, it was probably necessary to
At
be
least in
here.
that area. The important part, the book that we had
far
originally
away
was
from
pulled out of
all
the dark
books,
arts.
at least, so.
And thankfully it only had charms,
Actually,
which
more importantly than the
I'm
book,
totally fine with
as long as
records of
Aura
charm
and
being
all the other
destroyed.
students are fine, as long as no one got caught in that.
They're fine. They're moving Aura to the medical ring right now.
Or whatever she seems comfortable with. Either assume her dorm or in medical. I'll keep you updated. Mal might be.
Over the course of this week, I'll look
Want to
through the
keep you
history
updated,
of the dark
just
arts
not
and
to
the
add
subject,
more
including it.
overwhelmingness.
I'll be here with you if I'm not training.
We need to see if anything else is noticed there. If not, I'll be reading everything in that book that we found.
Just like last week in the late morning.
Got it. Should we go look for James then? Splitting up might be faster and then just
Well,
bring him
last
here.
week during the late mornings, like the after hours, it got around this
I
bad.
know
With
he's here today.
look at several of us.
I don't know.
Yes, I was informed to a few you would, or something similar happened.
Yeah.
We need to know more.
There's quite a bit of mana close to the door.
Cube, do you know anything about what's going on? Any context? Yes.
I kind of gave him the vague story, but not full details.
Hey, you look like another student.
Hello, Europa.
In Pyo To Sha Kai Jin It's Sai Sen.
Well, from what we do know, that is confirmed that there's several spirits coming here from Israel who have died in various circumstances, but they have all seen there are patterns in the methods of their murder, and we believe it may be a cult, and we're trying to investigate that.
I said that was my default assumption. I can also assume, based on the ways that they died, it's involving typical torture that you'd see by an expert.
It's various methods. Not everyone sees the same thing, but we are definitely seeing a lot of patterns. If you wish to investigate, that is your choice, but we're doing our best. Let's menace.
Things were happening, but I'm afraid I missed out to the end of it, it seems.
Yes.
You did.
Just doing mental
Was there a
checks
meeting
on
between the
everyone.
cavalry member?
Not sure yet when it is.
I see.
Supposed to be
Well,
today.
it might be put on hold. Aura was just possessed. Resting in the medical
Who?
room. Aura was just possessed. She's resting in the medical room. She had a strong. She had a vision.
Or most comfortable place for her otherwise, if not in the clinic.
She was filled with enough rage to. Yes, she was filled with enough rage to place a mine down in herself and detonate it here in the library.
That gives me more reason to talk to Kokkuri then. Give me a second.
Yes, please do.
At some point today, or later tonight, I need to ask you about spirits. Apparently Virtue's teachings was less of worth, and I trust you and your intricacies with spirits.
Yes.
It was the basics, as he
A lot of innocent
said it
people
would
are
be.
being murdered. Europa and I are going around
But very
trying
well.
to find James because the methods that they're using.
Especially since Aura's been affected by this, and you seem to be very experienced in
Last I saw him was at the hot springs.
the do's and don'ts with
That was
spirits.
a while ago. Last he saw was the light.
Rather be safe than sorry, especially with my own
Can't tell you recently.
mingling with things at night, so.
Something cool, so I'm gonna follow them.
That is
Okay, keep me updated when you find out.
Okay.
Thank you, dear. No, apologies for abruptly approaching on this. Again, it can be today, tonight, whenever you'd like.
Okay, so you still.
Anytime's fine. It seems as if we are taking a break from learning things here, for obvious reasons.
Apparently. How are you doing, by the way? Everyone's focusing on what's happening, but not asking questions on checks on everyone.
I am following the order of things that I normally would do elsewhere. So I suppose in a sense it is more like my past life than others. From what I can tell, at least it seems as if none of the spirits have been drawn to the room, but I've been placing barriers and keeping watch over it at night, making sure the artifact does not take any mana from them.
I appreciate you doing that. Also, I talked to Wilhelm about this also at some point. I do want to do a rematch, since you seemed quite pissed about the results. Can't blame you, I'm a bit disappointed also. Not a today thing, but some point in the future, whenever we have a chance to have some fun with it. No boundaries thing, just the stage this time around, of course.
I am fine either way, but if you wish to try again, that is fine by me.
Surprised you'll find other way. The reaction you had would tell otherwise, but... What do I know? I'm just perceptive, I suppose. But no. After you, apologies if I was holding you any longer than you'd like.
Not at all. If you wish to speak, we can do so as well also.
Of course. Whenever, wherever you'd like, I have nothing to do now. Besides the cavalry meeting, but that might get postponed, so... My chores list is now shortened.
Did you have a place in mind?
No. No place in mind at all. I'm not picky on these things.
This table has been useful at least, and it allows me to continue to keep watch over the room.
I'll talk to you later too, Cube. I do need to fill your cavalry sheet up.
Even Virtue said it wasn't his forte.
Maybe not this week, but next week maybe. Know it? Let me out. Take that chair to your side. I'll take this chair. Makes it easier.
Very well.
I'll let you sit first, just so I don't bump into you and shock you on accident.
That is appreciated.
In this book, it's for reanimating corpses.
Of course, dear.
What they're doing right now.
I'm curious about everything that's happening, but for my own safety, I do have to ask you about these spirit things, since I've been seeing a bit of them at night now. I was curious about the commotion of them, since I originally thought I was going crazy.
I heard Cool's got visions last week, so...
Yes.
What exactly have you been seeing? Many can sense the spirits here differently.
Overheard, that's it. I was gonna ask on
Just,
information on it.
well, before it was very quiet on the island here, well, island school. But normally when training, it seems I have noticed them a lot more. Before I didn't, now I do. So I was curious if there's any precautions to be wary of. I know you mentioned they can possess you, and if Aura was forced to use her mana to explode around her, I am quite concerned with some of the magic I have being used against others, as you've seen how it affected Mal in its more weakened form, if that makes sense. The last thing we need is someone forcing me to make the whole school go feral and berserk.
That is understandable. At least in this case, I would not call it a possession entirely. It is a transfer of memories, knowledge. It takes quite a bit out of a spirit. I do not believe the one that passed on information to Aura is here. They must probably used up the rest of their mana.
That could be done with batteries?
It is.
Interesting.
It takes quite a bit of mana for spirits to show themselves, especially to those who cannot normally see them.
Explains a bit more then.
Hmm.
Not. Normally it's a few, and then felt like it was a lot more. Mostly when training, at least.
Generally, spirits would not be able to draw from any mana. They no longer have a body to create it and sustain themselves on it, so they simply rely on what they are left with. Though it appears that this campus has so much mana that the spirits can be energized by it and come back to their senses.
The crystals on the border of the school that keeps the barrier up and shoots any dangers that get too high.
Potentially. Just the innate. This location seems to be quite full of it, whether it is because of crystals or those that exist here having plenty of mana. Many artifacts.
True.
When it comes to dealing with them, the best precaution with which to avoid taking in their memories and potentially dealing with the emotions that they feel is to not make direct contact. Many spirits will not give up their mana so easily, though many here have been actively trying to gain information from them.
And I don't blame the ghost for feeling unrested. I mean, if I got killed by some fucking loser with a braid, I'd want revenge too.
Many.
When you say physical contact, does hitting them with your own elements count as that?
Potentially, if there is a cross of mana that is still connected to you. But I would not recommend actively fighting a spirit that is not already an Evbora or other type of malevolent one that is attacking first.
No, it's not intentional. It's more everything I touch, Emperor I showed with electricity. It's not really a thing I can control no matter what. Well, that'd be a lie. I can control it at a cost of, kind of killing myself a bit, so it's not advised to push more than I already do.
Yes, that would not be viable. I suppose it would not. It would do no harm to a spirit of the same element, though, as with all things, certain types of mana do not mix in any place except for the core. So it is best to be careful of that.
What do you mean by the core?
The core of the world, where all of our mana begins and it returns.
That's why that term is familiar. Apologies, I'm a bit more homeschooled on things, not really that, but just basic etiquette and, well, how to defend myself, if anything. Apologies for the more...
It is fine.
stupid questions, I suppose.
There are no stupid questions if you're attempting to enlighten yourself.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So, no physical contact to avoid the memory thing, and it's an issue with mana. Any other concerns should I be aware of if interacting or accidentally getting their attention?
Hmm. Certain barriers can be made with. Well, I carry around salts and other types of ingredients to create barriers that certain spirits cannot pass, unless they are especially strong. It is why the door tends to be warded with salt, and why I purified
That makes
everyone that would go through.
sense. Mm. I may ask for assistance in that later down the line then. At least with putting salt on 4D. That way Menace is fine.
Indeed. How else to explain?
I mean, depending on how the battery is made, they can't.
It seemed as if some would be more likely to disturb a spirit than others. It does not seem like you are the type who would do so. So I do not have to exactly warn you
No.
about. Well, the depletion of a spirit's mana is the only way that they can be returned to the core. It is why I draw from them.
So does answer the question Menace had. Winter who had it. Exercising it versus killing it. What's the difference?
It is not. There is no killing a spirit. There is simply purifying it or letting its impure mana be returned.
A unicorn or a person unicorn?
The latter is
Well, the
not.
context, it seems. Or intent. I guess you could say.
To bring impure mana, and therefore all the very intense emotions that come with it to the core, is to corrupt it in a sense. Being
I
able
wonder
to
if
find
that's
the calm.
something they're trying to do.
It does
I
not
know they're
seem that
fucking with the ley lines. But...
It is something I've been considering as well. They are certainly attempting to remove spirits from the cycle itself.
Tampering with them also, it seems.
Hmm.
Based on how
Containing
Laura
them.
describes some of the exercises done to them.
In a sense, yes. Though some of these experiments seem to be on the living. If they wished to contain all of the spirits that they are creating, they would not allow them to come here.
Make more sense. Quite obnoxious that it's a bit more... What's the word for it?
Well, let's see.
Just to say the least.
Well, there could be some over in the dark arts section, as well as...
Yes, it is why I have my shrine. I draw the mana away, and I bring it to a place where it can be cleansed before it is returned, allowing the memories and the emotions to be calmed, considering that the spirit is created by being tied to such emotions.
It does bring question to other things, but it's more of things or not to do, I suppose, in a sense of if the emotion strengthened is what causes it to grow stronger, grow worse.
It creates
A lot of my magic would be horrendous for that.
It is less causing it to grow. The emotions are simply what separate it from a positive spirit and a negative. The ones that are more volatile versus the ones that are peaceful.
Okay. That's why I mentioned my magic would make it more volatile then. But at the same time, I wonder how spirits do perceive things if they are even affected by it to begin with.
It would depend on the spirit. Some are more connected to the world than others. There were some that traveled a great distance but do not remember the journey because they were too weak at the time. That is why I am
That makes
considering that this
sense.
campus has quite a bit of mana in order to bolster their own and awaken themselves to an extent.
Well, it does make sense. Again, with the barrier and the things that destroy shit if it gets too close and what fucking not.
There was apparently a cultist from a battle that the Academy had in Mithens. They died several months ago.
Dreamweaver or...
No. This seems to be one of the regular cultists. Or at least one of the... those that were under Dreamweaver.
However, that does not always mean that
Ones without mana draining abilities.
Exactly.
That's what I've been told.
They did not remember anything between their death and arriving here. Which is normal for some spirits that are too weak to understand where they are. They travel in a sort of fugue state.
Say similar to a lease on a river if you think about it. Not having any strength to push past the flow, but just going where they're pushed. Is that a fair assessment?
Indeed. It happens very often.
I actually have another theory. Europa, I don't know the black veins. They're a common trope, but not everyone was described as having black veins.
Sorry for stealing your time though, but I do appreciate it. Especially with how certain things are going personally. Better to be safe than sorry.
This is true.
Apologies for the vagueness too. I can't go into much else than that, but you've given me a kindness so I can give at least partial one back until I can furthermore.
I do appreciate it.
We go check on Celia.
Indeed. If you have any other questions, you are more than welcome to ask.
Of course. I know later down the line, if the rivers connect or whatever the words are for it, we should be asking more. Until then. God, I might have stood up a little too quick. I've been walking and talking a lot today, it may seem. After you, dear.
There is much wandering and much talking to be done, I suppose. I've mostly been keeping an eye on the spirits that are lingering. There are some that have reasons to stay.
There's a whole party downstairs.
Indeed.
Okay, so that theory might just be out of the water.
No,
What
that's
was the
for the
other one you
wicked.
saw?
A blonde gorgon.
A blonde gorgon.
Their
Did they have black
chest was
veins?
ripped out.
Their chest was
No,
ripped
their
out.
chest
Okay,
was ripped
that's-
out.
Their chest was just ripped out. Gorgons are not. I feel like I think if I'm remembering correctly, they're just about average or maybe more. But
Apologies. Well, joined again.
hello. We're trying to figure out who are they targeting, the targets of the people, the cultists.
This might sound kind of fucked up, but I feel like we might need more visions to put more pieces together.
True.
Well, that's not
'Cause I feel like there's
incorrect.
simply not enough information.
We at
There's
least know
7
one of
people
the
out there.
next people they're going after, which our initial theory was right. We were just a few steps early.
We have 7 people with visions as of now that I know of.
Yeah. The only reason I will
Well, we
look for
only
information if I
certain
go more to
information
the
to come
Undercity.
Hmm.
There's only possibilities if I can find information on specifically
You
this
need-
type of subject.
Yes.
This might be something that's more your lane than us. If we are in need of seeing more visions.
Sure.
There are some who are lingering that I am still attempting to figure out what they need to pass.
There was
They would not
something
give
I
up their
saw that
mana
wasn't exactly
otherwise.
black veins, but
One is waiting for
There was
someone.
a female figure
There's
that had
another
black
that is
streaks
looking to
on her
visit their home
hair.
once more. There is also a unicorn that
What
is
if
coming.
Mal can help with one of them?
Potentially.
Mal?
There's one that
Yes, 'cause
seeks
Mal
to...
travels to and fro as a mailman. So there's a way for
Apparently
him to
Mal-
help them visit their homeland once.
Apparently Mal had already tried to speak to the wind at Israel to no avail, as if something was blocking him from doing so.
Indeed.
No, not
This
that. I
is-
mean, letting them visit their home once more.
To
You
help
want
one
him
of
to
the
physically
spirits
go
here.
there?
One of them is searching for their home. They have apparently been missing from it for some time in darkness. Most probably another experiment. I'm trying to glean information
That might give
about
us something.
their identity.
Okay.
They're an RNA. There's
Still
the
have too
unicorn
many
in the
unknowns.
medical wing, and the RNA woman looking out in the forest for
Sarah.
home, and then a albino raven.
Easiest
How did
thing.
the vision?
So, we know that it requires physical contact to see the visions in exchange of mana willingly. You said they're not willing to exchange that mana until they get something to help them pass on. So what we can do now, since we know how to get more information, we'll play the good merryman here and help go down this checklist. One of them wishes to see their hometown again. Mal can assist with that. One is waiting for someone. Let's figure out who they're waiting for so we can assist in that. What is the next on the list?
The unicorn woman seems to know Mika. Though they do not.
Then we can get in
speak much.
contact with Wilhelm and ask if we can help assist with that. He's fucking the woman, so he knows her clearly well enough.
I know.
So
Yes.
instead of sitting here, we can figure out something we can do,
A
and this is
unicorn
something that we
woman
can
has
do.
been staying within the medbay, or at least the spirit of one.
Is this required for the visions to help them pass on?
One of my visions.
This way, yes.
Well,
Okay.
and there's another one. I saw a unicorn.
Approaching spirit.
I don't know if it's the same one, but
Are they missing their horn, replaced with one of those batteries?
To see you.
they were missing a horn. Their eyes were gouged out, and bits by bits were ripped off of them.
Do to them doesn't matter.
The same one.
They'll only talk to you
I think so.
if they.
She's been remaining within the medical wing.
That's why we're going to
She
give
does
them
not
what
wish
they
to
want.
leave.
A deal of sorts. We give them something to help them pass on. They give us the memories. Since them giving us those memories can
believe
basically
that Mika
guarantee
used to
them
be her
being no
doctor.
longer here. So they're not going to
Getting
be
them to
willing
show up.
to... There's ways to see them to show up. Kokkuri and Aura have the abilities to see and talk to them.
Yes,
I have some tricks up my sleeve to assist with it, at least. But besides the point, we have a checklist we need to do. We just need to figure out who they need to talk to. But the other two we can figure out. Wilhelm will talk to his connections to Mika and see if they can figure out with the person, the unicorn. Mal can assist with person getting back to their hometown so they can pass on from that. We just need to figure out the first one, which is who they're wanting to talk to, who they're wanting to see.
Indeed.
If we can figure that out, then we have at least 3 more pieces of information we can get once we figure out and do what they need in order to pass on. If we focus on what we can do and what we can't do, we'll feel a lot better and actually get more production done. Sorry for abruptly stepping in when not being here last week. But it's the least I can do as a cavalry member is assist in giving us something to do and pushing us in the right direction.
We still need to
If that's all
organize
right
a
with all of
student
you, of
meeting.
course.
Of course.
We do, but Aura's currently in the med bay.
Once that's over with.
Aura's not in the
As
med
soon as-
bay. She's out inside.
That is to be
I
expected.
know where she's at, but best to be let her be at the moment.
Until she's ready to
Either
talk to
way.
us. We can't bother her.
Either way, we have a plan. We need to go talk to Wilhelm now first, since that's something that's within our immediate reach of something we can do. Is that acceptable?
Fine.
Wilhelm's at the arena.
Right. And Kokkuri, what I need you to do is figure out who the person needs to see. In order for us to help them.
I am certainly.
Aura's in no
attempting
condition
to
right
find
now,
out
so it
that
lies on you
information.
for now.
All of the spirits I've spoken to
Worst
so far have
case-
tried to identify, at least to give word to families.
Worst case, I can try later tomorrow night. See what things I can assist with.
Indeed. The
And Menace,
Arene
I'll let
out in
you
the
help me with it,
forest.
since I trust you with the sensitivities of it.
The one who wishes
Okay.
to go home, you should be fine. They're of lightning affinity.
What are the other two affinities of the other two ghosts?
The one seeking somebody is water. The unicorn is dark.
Bad for me. I can at least talk to lightning one and the dark one. Menace, you can talk to the water one. Either way, we can... No, actually, that would work well for us. Because it requires physical contact for you to see the thing. However, with the trick up my sleeve, I can talk to them. Okay. I'm gonna go talk to Wilhelm. Which one's the one that needs Mika? The unicorn, yes?
Yes. Do be careful.
Perfect.
No sharp objects.
Will do.
Around that one or...
Arlo, didn't you see a unicorn in one of yours?
Menace, you wanna come with me? I'm gonna go talk to Wilhelm real quick.
Do not engage the unicorn about anything involving Menaveins or
It seems to be the same vision.
their horn. They will most probably react violently. Or at least very fearfully.
And the water one, since I'm gonna try and talk to them this week.
It's matching, but it's not progressing.
Well, tonight.
An albino
Depending on how ballsy I
ravenkin.
feel. Ravenkin.
They're skittish, so be cautious of that as well.
Black veins.
Well, I'll be very... I've learned I'm very
We need to
gentle with
figure-
this one,
Once we
Trick,
figure
so
out
it'd
who
be
the
good to
targets
know.
are, we can start progressing, but...
Actually, knowing that they are after Mika and one of them wants to talk to Mika is a good thing to know.
We need to know who they're targeting, exactly how they're doing it, and what they're doing it for.
I agree.
With the visions.
You're doing all of them, sadly. Knowing that they deal with syringes, I'm going to kill someone if I accidentally do it.
With body manipulation.
Don't worry
and
about it, I'm
control
sorry.
that and make my
Listen, you don't want to know.
of pure matter.
Yeah, it was not good.
I gotta run. Where are you going?
I have to find, someone. I'll be back. Yeah.
Insane stuff today.
I just wanted to make sure that was another similarity
Oh.
because it dawned
I
on me
hope
that if
you
you're just like a
have
single
a good
element user
sleep.
or something like that, then I might need to bring up the fact that I am an arcane magic user. That might have helped me in my process a little bit.
No, we're both arcane. We're not runic.
What does that mean?
Just want to
Wilhelm,
Just wanted to make sure.
do things.
when you have a moment, may I speak to you?
And even I don't think I actually. I think the only runic user I
wish to go to.
know is Fontaine. Because Biol uses runic, but he's not a runic user.
Good night.
Can we go somewhere? Yeah.
Oh, you.
Maybe
You're going to bed?
Any place in particular?
One of the spirits that has been lingering. I am curious whether you may know them. They seem to know Mika.
It's a struggle.
Oh, okay. I guess.
Why are you two shielding yourself at the moment?
Do you know any unicorns?
It's called meditation.
Unicorns.
Also, if I was shielding myself, I'd be using this too.
There was one from 8th there, and maybe one from the upper city area, during the under wolf from maybe?
For that reason.
Perhaps?
They seem to imply that Mika was either their doctor or someone that I took such advice from.
Maybe one of her patients.
Potentially.
I'm just a little bit of a war crime.
She will not leave the medical room.
Do magma, I do fire. It's not the same.
Are they still there?
Most probably. They have. It is very difficult to speak to them.
Trust me, I know. I did not appreciate the vision from last week and the nightmares following it, but oh well.
Right. I did hear somewhat that you were connected to a group that had a very intense connection.
Yep. Me, Stone, Europa, the medical bat person. What's his name? Arlo.
What are we talking about?
The angel?
One of the lingering spirits within the medical wing knows Mika, so I was curious whether Wilhelm may also be able to identify them.
One of them is
Maybe if I gotta talk a little bit more. A unicorn, they did have a patient, I believe that was a unicorn, I think.
Stone is stone.
That would be like one of the first ones. I'm not too sure.
Pull out a little notebook.
I thought he was some special kind of rock.
Kokkuri.
Silver hair.
He's special to us.
Just so you know, Spirit has affected another one.
Where?
It's really funny to think about because Centurion is just
I'm pretty sure Mel is here to grab you.
Yes.
I heard there was another.
I need to ask. Yes, but request special.
Understood.
Okay, should be far enough. Do you have a means to possibly help transport a spirit? There is a spirit, and it's not the lightning and wind or something, lightning and water one. I can't remember what. There's a spirit that wishes to go to Israel, and I'm the best bet apparently going for it. And I need some type of means to transport it and make sure I can get to Israel. Do you know which spirit that is, and if there's a means to help make sure that it can be transported so easily?
There is the one from the medical wing. Are you referring to that? The unicorn.
They don't remember properly. Cube, can you come back a bit later? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. Yes, it might be in the medical wing. I'm not too sure which spirit it is. I just... Blitz didn't really know. They just said talk to you and ask you about that, so I can make sure I get that out of the way.
Indeed. There is one that has been more skittish within the medical wing, a unicorn woman. She does seem to know Mika. I am able to transport the mana within my shrine, but I cannot keep it indefinitely.
That's fine. I know the quickest way there. How long do you need?
Purified mana within lasts a day.
Perfect. I only need a day.
If you're willing, then.
Can you show me where this spirit is, and hopefully we can bring it a bit more forward, and I can talk to it so we can get more comfortable?
Certainly. The clinic.
Okay. Yes, I'm just trying to think if there's anyone to help assist. We'll see if it's there, though.
Mr. Mal?
Yes, I need to go to the clinic real quick.
Oh, perfect timing, actually. I was about to ask you about that. Because so far, Mr. Keo had also had a bit of a run-in with one of those spirits, so if by any chance, of course, I was just looking for Valkyrie to keep an eye on him, and actually, conveniently enough, Miss Kokkuri, if there's anything that possibly you can assist, since it's a spiritual matter.
Indeed.
Yes, but let us go to the clinical first, please.
Yes, no,
Excuse me,
Keo's already been brought over to the clinic.
Fuck! Okay, I'm gonna need him to get out of the area possibly because the spirit's skittish and I don't want to overwhelm them.
In that case,
They're
by
also
all
of dark
means, go
affinity.
ahead, if
Oh, even worse. Do you think you can come with us so you can at least be with your son for the time being, and then I'll help him out from there, Professor?
Fair enough. I will meet you over there.
Rinse, repeat. There you go. Just keep doing that. Let your breathing regulate.
Over Miss Kokkuri and Mr. Mao.
I can entrust the material care then? I don't want to overpopulate.
Promise we needed to kind of get out.
It is less that and more
We need him to.
making certain that the spirit that has been residing here does not interact poorly.
Yes, and I do not want to overwhelm him with a recent experience.
That's why I just said I'm going to depart. I'll trust him with both your
No,
care.
I need him
as
out
an
of the
overall.
room.
I was told by Fontaine to bring him here.
Yes, and
Fontaine gave the.
yes,
thumbs up about.
I'm giving the okay.
Can you like take him to his room? It's A1. That's comfort.
Miss Gio, you're good to go. You can enjoy the
It
rest
feels
of your day.
overwhelming,
I'll
does it
help out
not?
from here.
The emotions.
Understood. If I hear anything else, I'll let you all know.
Thank you very much.
What am I supposed to say or do to that?
In any case, Mr. Mao,
Exactly what you are doing.
you're part of the Valkyries. I trust you.
Accepting what you saw and felt.
Whatever you feel is best. If you need to bring him over to his dorm, then you may do so. But I'll
You were
stick
entrusted
around
with
if
this.
I'm needed for anything. But, of course, he is my son, so I want to make sure I'm
Just
always here.
Indeed. We take what we learned.
She was like me. She was like me.
Kyo. Kyo.
We accept that legacy. And we make it so that it happens to no others. Let yourself feel this, but do not let it control you. Strengthen yourself with it. You are given the tools. You can use them to make certain this does not happen to anyone else. Focus on that. Feel for now, but remember to focus on that. Make certain that you attempt to meditate through the week.
Kyo. Kyo, look up. You wanted to make a change, didn't you? Kyo, don't look down. Kyo, we came to the school to make these changes. Don't look
Yeah, Blitz is
down,
smart.
Kyo.
Also, hi, Joe. You're here, aren't you?
We came to the school for these changes. We came to the school to protect people. You wanted to be the sword to help protect them, didn't you?
I did. I just...
Yes. I know, it's awful, Kyo. But you're here to change that. You are going to change that, Kyo.
I don't know how to best explain what I saw. What they did.
Yes, it's awful, isn't it, Kyo? You know I know what has experienced it, Kyo. Maybe it's not one for one, but this is not the time to look down.
I don't know how to react. I've never seen stuff like that before. I've never saw a court.
Kyo, look up, please.
Someone else.
Kyo, don't look down. I need you to breathe. Is that what you want to happen? I know you are. But Kyo, that's not what we're gonna let happen, is it?
Again.
Exactly, Kyo. We're not letting that happen again. You are a prideful white tiger, Kyo. You are a vanguard of Curiosum Academy. Say it with
pride in.
What do you mean you can't have pride in this?
And
Your
what
goal is
happens
to
then?
protect people, is it not, Kyo? You know what they did was wrong, right, Kyo?
The question is, no person should ever go through that, especially a child.
Exactly, Kyo. So keep your head up. Why would we let that happen? There are situations all over the world having this happen, and we know it's awful, it's terrible, Kyo, but keep your head up. Because we're gonna have so many situations of this, Kyo, and it's awful. And I'm not telling you to deny these emotions. I'm telling you to take these emotions and feel what it's like to want to protect them with your words, Kyo. You are capable. Don't look down at what has happened. Look up for what you can make and prevent from happening, Kyo. The last thing you need to do is wallow in these words, because yes, it's awful, but use those words for more of your reason and your resolve. Because I know you're not gonna just let me die like that, Kyo. I know you're not gonna let any child die like that. Please wipe your tears, Kyo.
Attention, all students. This is Arlo Rivers of Valkyrie. We're going to have a student meeting in the classroom as soon as possible. Please make your way as soon as you can. Thank you.
I just sent somewhere to dry my tears immediately. But I
Not
saw.
saying dry them immediately. Because everything is going to take time, Kyo. I'm never perfect with my words, and they're going to take a while, but you need to hear these words because you are Kyo Fontaine. You're starting a new life. You're starting a new world. But no more.
Sorry.
Kyo.
There's no need to apologize. When it comes to this world, keep in mind, Similarly,
Spirit.
you students
She
will.
wanted to be brave like me.
You
She was
students
new.
are all going to face things such as this. But it is good to make sure not only to strengthen your resolve, but to make
She
sure that you
used
know
Spirit
who you
and
can
sign
trust.
language. Sign language I learned as a kid.
Hey, stop looking down. Look up.
It was a house I knew.
Kyo. Stop looking down. Please. It's awful. It's something you knew, yes, but remember, we're here to not let that happen anymore. Kyo Fontaine. We're here to make a better world, are we not?
Yeah.
So, come on. Start drying your tears a bit. Look up. Keep your head up. Don't worry looking down. I know, it's a lot. Look at me, Kyo. No more looking away. And use those tears as every reason to use your words when it comes to those moments. Be the golden eyes this world needs to see. Okay?
Yeah. I should head to the classroom.
It seems they're being gathered.
Look up.
Got an item
Keep your head up, I know.
from the girl.
What is it?
Black and white cat. With a mark. A son. Of the Australian households. It is Pandorian.
That close to you. Use it as your next lucky charm for them, so they can express words that others may not.
If this is the same spirit, they've been able to manifest multiple physical items. Some sort of conjuration magic.
It wasn't the same one.
More than likely.
There are many with enough mana to create things. That is curious. And to still be able to stick around. Not being so depleted. That is a clue. I do not know what sort of clue yet, but that is a clue. That is unnormal. Using that much mana should immediately return everything else to the core.
Breathe out, and...
Just gonna need a moment.
I know.
I'll meet you guys in the classroom.
Fontaine, hopefully you can talk with them for a bit.
We can return for this one.
Yes. Down there. I was like, student classroom should be down there if I remember correctly.
Got hit with this one of the spirit things that we've been all kind of talking about. And
Whoa.
some other stuff happened after that.
Please.
I'm not having any other way right now.
Yeah, I'm figuring out one step at a time.
How do things go? Well,
okay.
How's it going, Kokkuri?
I do not yet know whether the spirit Mel wished to speak to me about is the same as the unicorn, but if it is, I will be attempting to help her back to Israel.
I heard that the unicorn wanted to speak to Mika.
I do not believe. I am uncertain whether she wishes to speak to Mika specifically, but she does know Mika.
That's what Blitz said, at least to talk to you about, at least to connect them or something, so I'm not sure. If you need help, let me know.
Right back
The
at you,
spirit
buddy.
said that Miko was the one that told her to come here.
That makes sense. Now I have to wait, diddle my thumbs while she's in a meeting with Councilman Dulce at this.
There are still
How long
things
does
that
that
can be
meeting
done.
usually go on for?
Should be done by now. It's been more than an hour, or just about an hour.
I imagine. Never mind. You're not talking about this.
We are here to not stay idle.
I don't know what's happening.
We have things
I
we
don't
can
want to
still
be
do.
idle. I want to be right there. Yep.
There are ways to not be idle and not have to be right there.
That's what people keep saying.
Because it is the truth. I understand your concern, but do not feel as if you are not doing anything.
Yeah.
Feeling alright, Nikos?
From what you have experienced, you are doing much.
Good.
My experience was 2 nightmares back to back, and then a non-stop week of nightmares of it replaying in my head. Doesn't feel like I'm doing much, especially when all the people in the nightmare look like Mika. So, am I going crazy, or am they telling me something? I don't know.
Potentially. I will send a message to my mother. She is good with such things.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I'm still very proud of
I'll talk to you about if you need help with that spirit for Israel and stuff.
Just because your peers, you're destined for great things.
We shall see if it is the same one.
Yeah.
It is going to be difficult, but
Wilhelm, if I may, incline.
strong belief that
What's up?
we'll make it through.
I haven't known Mika all that well, but the times I talked to her, she seems real dependable. I believe you just believe in her strength and her action, she'll pull through. And you know, if anything does happen, we're moving on the double.
I intend to.
And I'm with you, bud.
Why are we here?
Getting it easy for you, Keo?
Our student council. I think we
you-
should start with giving everyone here the general overview of what we've learned.
Oh boy. Stage 4, here we go.
I don't have a lot of information on the spirits that Olive doesn't have. I haven't talked to Kokkuri a lot.
Yes, but
I haven't.
Hello? Is this working?
Even being next to him can
Yes.
It is.
Hello.
Go up there without.
Go ahead and be seated as most comfortably as you can be. Or not, you know. I ain't gonna force you. Thank you for all coming by here today. I think given with the recent past week of events that's been going on, that we all have our visions, I think it's a good idea to try to gather as much info as we can that happened this past week or so with the spirits. That way we can have an understanding and as well as a solution to try to tackle this problem more effectively. Those who were encased with visions, would you mind standing up for me?
Visions people were having.
Yep.
Apparently.
Up with visions.
I'm sorry, Europa, but I'm gonna have to ask you to stand.
Have to reschedule what we had planned with Behold because he had to do something with a fontaine. So
Okay.
Gone.
So, I'm gonna ask those who have been. Kyo, you have a question?
No, I was just.
Come on by. I can't hear from here. No? Okay. I thought you had your hand up, sorry. Alright. It doesn't matter who goes first. We're all adults here, I hope. That we can figure out their side of the story. As much as you're comfortable with. I understand that some of us have seen things that might be hard to explain mentally. And I don't want to add more stress onto that. And then I'll, of course, put my...
They're already up there. Just go.
You know what? Alright. Sorry, bear with me. As a lot of us knows, we had the spirits going on last week, but then they died down for a bit. And it wasn't until the late morning hours where a few of us had another encounter with the spirits. Each one of us had a different vision. So I'm going to tell you at least what I saw in my own eyes, alright? So it started off with me, I saw a rabbit-like beastkin. They were holding their hand out. I accepted it. As soon as I grabbed their hand, excuse me, I saw a vision of a half-elf, half-angel hybrid, walking down to what seems like the Undercity, going to work. You know, no big deal and whatnot. Next thing I knew, I was frozen in place. I couldn't move. Like, my legs couldn't move. I saw it, couldn't even say anything. Figure came up to me, grabbed me by the wrist, pulled me down. Next thing I knew, I was strapped into a medical bed. My wrist being strapped around what seemed like iron, and I looked down, and I saw syringes on my kneecaps and ankles. While doing so, I was feeling pain that was probably equivalent, if not worse, to hellfire. Which is why most of you probably heard me screeching last week, which I apologize. As I was looking around, I saw one side, a unicorn. Their horn being broken off, eyes gouged out, taken to pieces. Pretty gruesome. On the other side, I saw a blonde gorgon with their chest cavity completely ripped open. One second. Next thing I saw is I saw a hooded figure with a mask telling me we don't scream here. Then blacked out once again. I woke up as if nothing has ever happened, no injuries, no markings, no syringes or anything. I saw the same rabbit beastkin holding their hand out again. Once again, I take their hand to see the rabbit and their mother walking down in the area. But then one moment, the mother starts screaming in panic. Child missing. Next thing you know is tick, 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 lights out. And, the mother had a syringe in her throat and a flaming arrow to her chest, piercing through.
The archer.
Most likely killing her. Last thing I remember is I see a child being cradled by a woman figure that, if you tell me what it is, I'm not exactly sure. What I could tell you is their ears were ripped off. Kinda. The left ear is nothing but bone, but the right ear was severely damaged and burned. Eyes being pulled out, but however, there was like a battery attached to her hip. And then she continues to cradle said child until her hair was once brown, coming to white with black streaks. The woman looked at me with a piercing screech, probably louder than mine. When I recovered, this time I saw the mother, but the same figure that was cradling the child was grabbing the child and then killing it. And that's all I remember seeing. Yeah. I still processing this information that I saw very well within my time. I noticed that a lot of these information are matching. So the next person who wishes to speak up, I'm gonna have to call out on you. Anyone want to speak up their story? Stone, go right ahead. I'll teach you how to use this thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn off my loudness. Just press the crystal here. Help your voice.
Yeah, hello, everybody can hear me, right?
Yep.
Just nod your heads.
So we can hear you.
Alright. Right. So from what I can remember, anyway, it's all kind of happened at a little bit of a rush, so I might mix up my details, but just, yeah, bear with me. If I need any correction, let me know, alright? So from what I had experienced, I had just gotten the spirit off of somebody else who had just, finished going through their way. I believe actually it was right after Europa, if I remember correctly. I might be out of tone with that. But when I reached out for the spirit, I felt an overwhelming surge of mana come into my presence. And apparently a raven-haired woman had reached out to me, gracing my shoulder. It then changes from that to being in Yisrael, where I believe I was in Songbird's perspective, where she was going out on what seemed like a walk, and she had met a girl along her travels. I can't remember the specifics. Could be I believe it was a young human girl, but I might have to look back at it. But anyway, like Arlo had said, along the walk, we had heard 2 clicks, and the lights had went off. However, Songbird seemed to already see men approaching this kid, and she put herself in the way to block whatever the things were. But it actually knocked down Songbird, and that little device she has in her chest had popped out. From there, I remember them saying it was the wrong target after they changed the target to the girl. And they had pricked her wrist with some type of vile thing. Something that got under the skin. And I felt pain. Now, if you don't really know anything about gargoyle anatomy, we're not made to feel pain. This was something I had never felt. This pain surged as not only was the girl being choked, but that swirl of mana overtook. And then the spirit moved on from me. A lot happened in that couple moments, so. But that's my perspective. Right. There was one thing I missed. Sorry. Songbird was asking where was Mendros. She was looking for Mendros. Right. I think that's everything.
Okay. Thank you.
Hmm.
Yeah. Turn off the loud voice.
Alright, anyone else want to speak up? Otherwise, I'll have to choose.
Hmm.
Alright. Oh. Are you coming down here? Okay, I don't know if I... Is your voice box working? I can't hear you if you're talking. Okay, okay. Alright. I'll turn off the loud voice.
This may not be the best way.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
For my vision, it started similar, like with how Arla was describing, with a white figure. I don't recall the race, but outreaching their hand and asking if I wanted to listen. After that, I was shown in a walking through Israel, like I was commuting to my job. And quickly it turned to a room. I don't remember exactly every detail, but there was a woman that was also like myself, a wolf skin, and she was talking to a cloaked figure, male, and was referring to her to know her place and belittling her. When she tried to speak up against him, she
Do you want to go next?
she got
No.
beat by
I'm
him
going to
and
say this may not be the
tore
best
at her
way to do
ears.
this. Those that have more sensitive experiences
I don't remember the exact
should most
details that led
probably
to
be
this, but it led to
given the option to write things down and submit
her being
later
burned,
once they've properly
her tail being singed to nothing,
processed things.
everything being just burnt away.
Other than the obvious, anyone else?
After, I guess, sharing their experience, I
Other than the
had it done
anyone
to me.
else?
I was now in her place,
shouldn't.
being burnt.
I know.
Ears being torn apart.
Not Europa.
And
I don't want to add more stress to him.
it led to before I was, I guess,
saw
snapped
Aura
back.
I would simply state after this that
The
you
man
should
shot
not
me
be
with a
picking
Magitech
people.
weapon.
You should simply say
in
anyone
the
who
head.
does not wish to simply write things down so at
I
least
was given
everyone
a
will have the information.
bloody dog whistle.
You have a point.
Physically from, I guess,
You're
the
right.
spirit.
Okay, thank you.
And has the words alley on it, and it is bloody.
Appreciate your suggestion.
And that's all I can really remember.
All right. Thank you. Is there anyone else that's willing to open up? I'm not going to force you, but just know that the information that you will say will help. But you don't have to speak. You wish to take the grounds? Hold on. I might have to turn it off myself. Okay, go for it.
I do not believe that I have received the same visions that many of you have in the past
I
week.
don't think you have it on.
Oh.
Gotta turn it on. I had to turn it off. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
No? Try again?
I do not know if this works.
No.
Hmm.
Hang on, let me try something. Turn it off for me real quick. If you haven't. I try.
Now?
Better. There we go.
I do not believe that I have had the same level of visions that some of you have had recently. I have simply been keeping an eye on many of the spirits that have been lingering and allowing the ones that are able to pass. I know that there have been knowledge of children that are apparently being kidnapped from Israel off of the streets. That is one such vision that I've had. However, I know that some of these visions are very intense for many of you, and you are not used to it. It is all right to take time to process such things. So I would definitely suggest that whenever you have done so, and if you can, simply write down everything that you experienced so it does not be lost to time. You are all you are all trusted to accept emotions and experiences of one that I believe thinks that you will be able to help those that may be fortunate still. That is what we are here to do. Instead of visions, I will simply ask about those spirits that are still lingering, that I have been watching, to make certain that they are all right. Because I do not know them personally, I am attempting to identify them for both their own knowledge and for the knowledge of their loved ones. So if any information I can give here reminds anyone of someone, do please let me know. Is that a little notebook? There is an albino ravenkin woman, white hair. She has been humming quite a bit within the dorms. She is not willing to part because she says she is missing someone or searching for someone. So if anyone knows such a person, do please let me know. If you have any inkling, it may help with fulfilling her final wish and getting more information about the situation. There is also an Aranea woman. Do give me a moment. Find my notes properly.
Take your time.
She has been traveling around the forest and gardens most often, I've noticed. She apparently has not been able to see nature, or potentially any sunlight or anything similar for some time. She is seeking to go home. I am attempting to find out where that is, and any identifying information about her. I'm hoping that perhaps someone here, once we do find out, will be able to help me take her back so that she can pass over properly. The last, aside from the child I believe some of us have been seeing around today, and that was helping the professor during the lesson earlier, is a unicorn woman with silver hair. She seems to be from Israel and knows Mika. She also seemed to be sickly, and either Mika was her doctor or she was being treated for something. So if anyone knows such a person, please let me know.
Are you gonna leave a pen for their notebook here, or anything to write with? Or did you take the notebook back?
I have my notebook. If one wishes me
okay.
to leave
Just wanna
something
make
to
sure.
write on, I will do so.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any else feeling comfortable with the experience? Otherwise, if you're not comfortable with it, as Kokkuri said, please write it out. You can give it to her, you can give it to student council, or the professors, whatever makes you most comfortable. I understand that it's hard for a lot of people. So I thank those who spoke up today. So I'll ask in, is there anyone that wants to speak up what they saw?
If no one else, then I'll do it.
Come right up. Grab a little crystal and
Fuck, my access overlay died. In the middle of that, of course, I couldn't get to my notes. I have to reboot it.
Does this work? Excellent. Organizing my notes. Pardon.
This is Kyo. Kyo's having a vision.
I guess I'll have to be delayed. But should we wait, or should take advantage?
What did you say, Chad?
It appears that Gio is having a vision right now.
They did not say
Perhaps
that.
Amaris, I'm gonna leave this up to you. Do I go over there or do I not? Because, you know me.
Let's wait until we have more people available. I'm sure Gio would want to hear this too.
Do I go over there or do I not?
Only one or two people should be present.
Indeed.
The more there is, the worse.
Exactly what she's doing at.
Do you know where?
Yeah, Kyo, where?
In the cafeteria area. Tables.
This is without saying, please do not have many people going around her. Minimal people as possible, please. We don't need to overwhelm her.
Ah!
You.
You wait for it. Give her space. You could possibly lash out while
I'm sorry.
under.
I'm sorry. I did I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We are with you.
Language.
Division.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Hey.
Hey.
Grab her hand.
You were in the grand hall.
How's she doing?
Yeah.
Really freaked out at the moment, probably because we don't know exactly if it's over now yet. Still a bit panicked.
I didn't want to.
It's not over yet.
I didn't.
We know.
Yeah, we know.
You're here now.
It is
There's
not your
no
fault.
gallows. There's no gallows. No, James.
Go back at the Curiosum.
You're in a cafeteria. You're in a cafeteria right now. Ethan?
Give her a second.
Oh, like my tendons were pulled apart. And
What started
Use my
this?
shoulder.
I got you.
Got you.
No.
You're there for me.
Yeah.
Do you need anything? Water? Anything?
I don't know.
Can I hand her the plushie? Here. Have it.
I hate to ask this. Gio, are you willing to tell what you just saw in the classroom? It's Arlo.
Not yet.
It's still happening.
Yeah, she's still in the vision.
Make sure no one steps in the cafeteria
What started
right now.
this?
No, I have already told people. I thought half the
I
people
was trying
left
to
were
help
going to
with
check on
her.
Gio.
She
This
was
is more
trying to
than
help me
enough.
with mine. I didn't want to think on it, no. Suddenly, as soon as he got here, she paused and Someone was here. She said the word hello, and then she started gasping for air.
So she walked into it.
Yeah.
This was an accident. She did not wish to have this. I see.
Give her a moment. Trust me, give her a moment.
I know. She should let Kokkuri.
I was mentioning towards Miss Kokkuri. I didn't want to sound rude.
This was not intended. This should not be forced.
Wait, this was forced?
This may have been unintentional. She may have walked into the spirit. Let's pull some salt. Yin, Pyo, To, Sha, Kai, Jin, Metz, Zai, Sen. It's basically purifying.
While you try to calm down, make sure no one goes through those doors. That's an order. Thank you.
There was nobody walked through here, right? Like, there was no.
I just got here.
No,
You may have
didn't
walked
see
the path
anyone
of the
else,
spirit
no.
by accident.
Did you?
I do not know for certain, however.
There was he offered his hand, and then he left, but when there was a hand that forced him back in, and then he's gone. Then there was a man with fluffy ears and a mask.
Here.
Okay, cat.
If you can.
I don't
I don't know. Got a little notebook and a
no one in there.
pencil. As much as you can write down is important.
Okay.
Good.
It's empty.
Good, keep it that way.
Only if you feel you are losing it.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Very good.
Can I hug you?
I wouldn't mind my body just hurt for a while.
Sitting is probably
I
for the
felt
best.
my body being pulled and gnawed apart.
I understand.
Maud.
Remember last week why I wasn't like myself the first 2 days? It's that.
I saw something I should not have. It was not a spirit. It was not a spirit's death, or at least it didn't start out like that.
You want to tell something to help you calm down, or?
The spirit saw the death of another, perhaps.
I saw something I should not have, and then they paid the price for doing their job. Beware the rat that lurks in shadows. What he told me before he left. Beware the rat that lurks in shadows.
Okay,
The rat that lurks in shadows.
The one that walked by with a mask had fuzzy ears.
I feel like I know the answer to this question, but I have to ask. Are you comfortable to speaking out what you see in the classroom? You can tell me now.
Try.
Okay. No. That's all I ask if you try. But I'm not gonna force you.
We're having people
It's better if
otherwise
it's
write down
fresh.
their experiences. That way everyone can read
That's
it
the second
without
option.
having to force you to relive it immediately.
Yeah.
If you don't want to speak up, I want you to be the most comfortable as possible.
If it gets too bad, I'll stop.
Okay. A good compromise. All right.
Help you calm down.
No, don't do anything with. No, don't give her anything yet. She doesn't need to be dependent on it. Alright, come on. Little brother's here.
Okay.
Ian,
Okay.
yo,
Little bro's here.
Not there. Not there. It's not a gallows.
It's
No. Open. You're here with the same old shitty shenanigans here at Curiosum.
It wasn't this violent last time. But at least last time I was a victim. No.
Oh, I remember. Last year, right? Yeah. That's fine. I already know this is worse than last year. It's fine.
Doing time first.
It feels sick to my stomach. It'd be one thing if I saw corpses. I'm used to that. That was not humane.
Yeah.
That was not even moral.
No, it's not.
I don't know.
If I may butt in for a moment before
Keep
you
as
start,
many people
Amari.
out of this.
Alright, everybody.
I don't think that.
Sorry to interrupt conversations.
Oh, fine.
I will.
But Gil's gonna explain as much as she can of her vision. Please be patient with her.
Would the three of you like to take this conversation
Take your time.
outside of the room? Or would you like to say
I'm gonna shut this off. You need all the time. I'm right here.
I mean, I think us are kind of playing moderator right now, so it's up to these two.
Yeah.
Right.
But, I wish more people were here right now, but...
Go as far as you're comfortable with.
Initially started when I was walking with Kyo out of the kitchen to come back over here from the grand hall to get water to help settle the nerves after everything. And the the seating area between the kitchen to the grand hall it looked like a gallows. Not exactly a, didn't look like it anymore. It was filled with what I could assume was other inventors. I don't know. And the person I touched mentioned a new creation. The stealth or assassin info gathering. The doppelganger. And, it was in a cage in front of everyone with applause. And it went to another one of it being locked in a cage. My body was moving on its own, grabbing a lever and pulling it down. Shock treatment. The voice mentioned that it was getting obedient with more shocks. Time to administer another one, then pulled again, and the screaming was out again. And the last thing I majorly remember was that other voice I couldn't exactly say. I was still in that figure's, the spirit's body, and I got shoved into that cage. With two others, I think. I saw red eyes and long sharpened fangs and teeth. And I felt myself mauled from the inside out. It ended briefly. I was able to look around and my body looked intact. It still hurt a little bit, but not badly. Then, when I looked behind me to see if it was still around, a figure shoved it back in. And that part's a little fuzzy, but all I remember was seeing a fuzzy-eared person with a mask with 2 red eyes walking in the grand hall, and then a voice, the spirit's voice telling me, beware the rat that lurks in the shadows. The only other thing he told me was that he was sorry and he was doing his job before he died. That's all I really recall.
Beware the rat that lurks in the
Or
shadows.
explicitly.
The rat that lurks in the shadows.
Thank you very much, Gio.
That should be enough for now.
Out of curiosity, where is everyone? I don't know if I should call this done or not.
I think I saw some running towards the Grand Hall again.
Some people are spread out. Some people are in the Grand Hall. Some people are at the training fields. And I don't know where anyone else is off the top of my head.
The rest should be set
It's
to
gonna be hard to get
notes.
it,
We can all read.
Yeah, just make sure notes people to give out later.
Indeed.
Yes, I'll write down. I also need to with the ability dog whistle. I'm gonna.
I think right now this is safe to assume that this will be over. If you have any notes or things that you haven't brought up, please give it to Miss Kokkuri, the student council, or the professors. You will be remain anonymous. Your information will help. You don't have to, but your information will help a lot. Thank you all who came by today.
It's okay. We can just.
And have to deal with everything.
Don't force yourself to stand.
You are dismissed.
We're saying.
I should have said mine anyways.
Yeah, and you can write it out later. It's okay, Kyo. There's time in the world for this, and that's okay. You want to tell it to Kokkuri? They're right here. You can talk to Arlo. They want to talk about their vision, is all.
I'm right here. She's right here.
Go ahead and speak it to
Anything
them,
that can help.
Kyo, and then that can be shared.
Do you wish to have more privacy?
Outside. No, here's fine. It's in the training. I was walking towards the training area. Pathway to the blacksmith. A spirit showed up.
I'm used to just normal
Had cat ears and cat tail.
warfare and death, not meticulous.
I went to go follow it. It wanted me to follow it.
What's the word? Dissection?
Yeah.
So I did it. It's a small girl. I thought she was 8.
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to put research.
Her hair was black and white. Her tail, there wasn't anything there but bone. Her ears were drooping and weak. I could tell she was a cat. Her face, there was no eyes. And her mouth was stitched into a smile.
Answer that question.
She started doing Serenian sign language towards me, asking if I could see her and hear her.
Once I find out more about the whistle,
I nodded and I tried my best to respond. She wanted to hear my voice. She wanted to hear me of all people. She just wanted to show me something.
Did you speak verbally?
I tried to. I tried sending a little bit back.
because I'll need you for color motions anyways.
She used her mana and everything went white. Next thing you know, I was standing in Israel. Her and her mother were together,
Perhaps we should give them some space.
watching the tournament.
We can wait for Mal outside.
She was mute. She looked up to the air and lo and behold, on one of the boards, she saw me fighting. She was so happy. She was pointing at her mom, telling her to telling her she had someone like us. Someone that was brave. She was rooting for me. But when she looked up at her mom, there was no face. She couldn't remember her mother's face anymore. It then blanked out. I was in a hotel apartment, still in Israel. She was doing certain things that were like me. She was so ecstatic, saying my name, being all bouncy and up and down. There was a ping at the door. She was left by herself as her mother went to go check. There was a metallic noise and then a thud. She was alone. The little girl didn't know what to do. She went to go find her mom. It was already too late. She walked in. There was two people. Two robed individuals. One with a bunny mask. One with a circular mask. One that looked like the archers. And then she looked down to see her mother. Shot point blank in the head. And a battery attached straight to her spine. She went to go towards her mom and she was grabbed by the head and slammed to the ground. Her arm was also grabbed and dislocated. She woke up. I could feel everything. And tightened down. She went to look around and scream. She couldn't. And then there was a person above her. They had a syringe in their hand. Stabbed it straight into her rib cage. She went to scream, but couldn't. She started foaming from the mouth. She started wailing her head around, and they grabbed her head. Told her that her eyes were very pretty and they wanted them. And coached them straight out of her head. I felt every last bit. And then I could feel every bit of her mana, everything gone. I felt her die. Afterwards, there was a ticking. And I could still hear it. I can still hear the ticking in my head.
3 ticks, right?
It was more than 3. It was more than 3.
More than 3?
Power did go out, but it kept going. It just didn't stop.
Can you recreate the noise of the ticking?
It sounded like a clock. Like a
Alright.
And then afterwards, the clicking sounded more mechanical.
What do you mean?
It sounded like a device. Something like when you hear metal device when it clicks. Like that metal bit. Like something was being clicked. And afterwards, the last thing she thought of was me. She wanted to see me because she wanted to be brave. She was mute and they stitched her a smile forevermore.
That's fucked when you have a fan doing that like that.
She's gonna pull out an item. You're gonna see a small black and white cat with the marking on it of a sun. She gave this to me. She's from Serenity. It was a household I knew.
She gave that to you.
She was singing Pandorian music as well.
The fact that multiple spirits have been able to conjure physical items and still be able to stay around is new.
Last I knew was a teddy bear. I don't know anything else but then this.
She wanted to hear She wanted someone to hear her voice because she was forever mute. I was the last person, the one she idolized, to hear her voice. I'm gonna make sure she's avenged. I find that bastard.
We need to think calmly about this. I understand your rage. Believe me. Believe me.
I've never seen a dead body before. I've never seen blood of a fucking child. I've never had to witness things like that.
I'm sorry
To be clawed out of my claws were torn out of my own hands, yes, but it's the worst my life's been. Now I have a cult went after her because of us. Most likely.
We will do something. I promise. Soon. That's all I can say.
I killed that child. She's at rest now, at least.
Exactly.
She moved on.
Then let's honor her
It doesn't
memory.
give me closure.
No, it gives her
She
closure.
didn't get to. Her mana vanished.
It returned
She
to the
used all of
core.
it creating this.
Yes.
She was nothing but pure mana. I
All
don't know
spirits
anything
are pure
souls.
mana.
What is the core and cycle you mentioned about? Kind of
It
curious.
is where all mana is born and where it returns when we are done with it.
I see.
The cycle is what keeps this world going. It seems to be what this cult
I
is
know the
intending to
girl
stop.
she looked like. She was a cat girl. Black and pink. She had a dress that was gold.
Cat bee skin, black and pink?
She was a cat, symbolized a white tiger, but instead of black and white, it was pink.
Like you?
She lost
or
her color
different?
because she was one of my kind. And we're all what the rarest can be.
Just know that she is not gone.
There's not many.
Her mana is not gone. What she did to create that most probably purified it for her so that she could return to the cycle in peace. Mana is never lost. It either returns to the cycle or it is kept from it in
The
one
last
form or
words
another.
are, thank you for listening to me.
Of course.
At least I got to help someone.
You will.
At least I got to be like you.
You will help someone. You
Just the
will.
last things I heard from her.
You did your best.
I could tell us that she was strong enough.
She trusted you.
Indeed.
Don't forget that. And if anything, honor that. When we beat these cultists.
You gave her what she wished.
Exactly.
You protected her from being stuck outside of the cycle. She has another chance again.
You felt her pain for her to move on. She wanted to express. It'll be okay. It will be okay.
I'd say it's great.
It will be okay. I will say, not you. It will be okay.
Again, accept the emotions. But do not let them control you.
Exactly.
I'm just going to give myself some time.
That is for the best. I need to find Mel. We are going to attempt to help the unicorn, I believe.
Is there anything else I can help with?
There's not much you can do.
Alright.
Are you alright?
I'm okay for now. I had calm emotions put on me, and I'm currently gonna get changed.
Understood. Get some rest then.
Thank you for checking in. I hope you're fine.
Keeping an eye on everything.
Hello.
Are you doing alright, Ara?
Yes. Yourself?
For the moment. It has been quite a day.
Mm-hmm. That it has.
I made certain to allow people to simply write down things.
I certainly hope they do. After all, just speaking out, trying to recall off memory, and not even taking the proper time to reflect over things, that's hardly any information to work with.
I told Arlo as much. So after you left, he made certain
Also
to tell
why I
people
left the
to
meeting.
speak, yes. To write things down instead.
I'm hoping to find Sayori.
Was she not in her office?
I have not checked the office, I just checked the general room here.
I have not seen her in some hours now.
I'm wanting to talk to her to check when the cavalry meeting is gonna take place instead of what sorry excuse that was.
I see. If I find her first, I will let her know that you are looking for her.
Also be careful so you don't get overwhelmed. So much spirit cleaning you're doing.
We take such things into precaution. We would not be able to do our jobs otherwise.
Then again,
I'm going to be
kind
honest.
of
I don't want to be
curious.
in my uniform right now, but two, genuinely because
I've just heard a saying in the past. I don't know how much of it is true. No, is it true that sin shoes, well, your type of yokai, eats malevolent spirits? Just a rumor.
It is a legend of sorts, I have heard. But it's simply... I believe it is simply another way to explain being able to purify the spirit, so it is no longer malevolent and can return to the cycle.
Fair enough. I was just curious if that rumor had any basis or not.
There are many who would believe such things. It is unfortunate. I would not be surprised if that is spread.
Well, I don't think so. Besides, I'm just going off a very, very old rumor.
I meant more along the lines spread to various countries. I do not fear that so much here.
Indeed, everyone is welcoming here. I know there was some kind of mess in the Grand Hall. Maybe Sayori's over there. Let's take a look.
Potentially. Right outside.
did you say anything?
And thus, he spoke into existence.
I'm so proud.
I don't want
I'm so
to.
proud of you people.
Has anyone perhaps seen Sayori-sensei?
Huh?
Yeah,
What's up?
Has anyone seen Sayori-sensei recently?
Thank you.
Her familiar was here for a minute.
Yeah.
I was here in a while.
She was.
That hurts
She
a lot
was
more,
out
you
and
know.
about earlier.
5%. I'm not
Couldn't recall
actually
though.
swinging at you.
I shall
And
take a
I'm
look around then.
1%.
What about 1%?
Minority?
1%. Bonk.
Hey, I'm the
Cookie.
Kokkuri. Familiar's right over there. If you want to
Thank
get
you.
the professor's attention.
God, there's a long list.
Sayori-sensei is familiar.
Is with the flowers.
May I ask you to pass along a message?
I did it in my first year. I'll do it again.
If you squeeze hard enough, that's how you.
Oda is currently looking for Sayori-sensei. She was inside last I
Makes
saw.
flower sprout.
That's the first year when you examined me for my Vanguard exam. That's what I did on the first exam.
Those are just
when
one of the
he had us
flowers
approach
from
an
home.
enemy.
I wanna.
You didn't have your weapons at the time.
I wanna fight again. Just.
I just had a realization.
I don't wanna. What?
So you literally
I have an orb similar to this.
around some dude's neck and just snapped it.
Yep.
It was
But I think
almost.
theirs, if you touch it, it'll hurt.
Yeah, no,
I'm
no,
so
don't
sorry I
do
missed
that.
that.
I
Don't touch it,
slid
don't
between
touch
its
it.
legs, went
Mine's
up,
Just do.
wrapped my legs around its
Oh,
head,
we both tried
pulled
it.
it down, and snapped.
We both failed.
The test was for Kurose if you had a weapon. Like, how would you go against an
Round two or no?
You alright?
Yes, I was simply passing along a message.
This isn't too much for you, is it?
It is my duty.
It's
This
not
is
what I
what I-
asked.
I am fine. This is what I have done almost the entirety of my life.
I know. But your self-being just as matters than your goal.
Part of my goal is this, technically.
I figured.
I appreciate the concern.
Of course.
I will continue my usual rituals. We do many things in order to, as precautions for such things.
I still need you, and I don't. Well, we don't need you to be overworked as well. Your well-being is also very important.
I do appreciate it. At least in this instance, I am alright for now. I am somewhat more concerned about Aura.
Has she said anything recently?
She said she will be processing, and more than likely will write things down. She did not...
That's fair.
She had the similar feelings as I did to that meeting.
Did I do bad?
Bad is relative. It was perhaps too quickly for speaking feelings. But you wish to gather information as quickly as possible.
Well, that was some of the other students wished to have. I just followed through with it, as I would have kept quiet. Then I realized most people didn't talk, so I was like, did I do something wrong when the students wanted this? I was
As the ones who
confused.
wished for it, the ones who had had the vision.
The one that wished for it was the one that didn't speak, to be honest.
Things can change, especially when one is still processing. Emotions can be fragile, and they can be overwhelming.
Just doing my best, but I don't want to overwhelm people either.
You are managing expectations and attempting to balance them. That is not inherently bad.
I'm still new. I'm trying my best. I just hope it's good enough.
It is simply a learning experience to go along with many learning experiences. That is why we are here, yes?
Yeah. You're right.
Now you know for the future.
I think so.
Everyone will put those high emotions towards achieving our goal in this. So take that to heart. I suppose you can handle this more than most.
Hi, Kokkuri.
My apologies. Hello.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. Really. It's great. Never been better.
You are using the tone of voice you use when you are lying.
Oh, I've never lied in my entire life. Yeah, never. No one's.
Yes, that one.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You did say you could change color. I see that is true.
I can. It is not of my volition at the moment.
It is not.
No, it's in fact would appear that you know the whole emotion thing. I can kind of feel one of those now, as of a couple weeks ago. Yeah, well, that's embarrassment, and I can't turn it off at the moment.
Ah, I see.
For some reason, it makes me pink. I don't know why it makes me pink. It just does.
Interesting. I'm told there are some associations to such a thing, but that is mostly for people who have blood.
Great. Oh, I can assure you I don't have any of that.
No, which is why it is curious.
I don't get it. I really don't.
Embarrassment is
I wish I
difficult.
knew. Yeah. But honestly, I just kinda, expected to put the towel on, relax by the water, have a nice time.
Are you not having
And
that?
I'm doing all of those things, but, also being really embarrassed for seemingly no reason on top of it. And I don't know why.
I suppose the process is learning why.
I suppose so. There's not much else to do, unfortunately. Apart from sit here and look at water. Admittedly, I thought you'd be with the rest of the large group. What are you doing over here?
I have achieved the tasks I was asked to do today. Aside from... Mal wishes to have me help move a spirit that he found. I do not know if it is the same one that I've been following, though I have not been able to find him yet.
Is that why he told me to move away for a sec?
Yes. We were conversing about the best way to gather the spirits so they can be moved home.
What a silly thing to move me away for. I already know about all of that. It's fine.
I did not know.
They were told by Blitz to do it. It's nothing. I hear like everything anyway. It doesn't matter, you know.
Hmm.
Admittedly, 90% of conversations I'm not allowed to hear I've already heard in the first place.
Hmm. I believe some people simply have rituals of privacy more than others. Or believing that it is better somehow.
That also makes sense, I suppose.
Hmm.
I don't really get it though. It's like, why? Like, just talk with people about it, you know? It's nothing too difficult. You just kind of open your mouth, you say words to other people, they respond. It's like a whole circle, you know?
That is true.
Mhm.
I'm more curious because he knows you have been helping me with spirits.
Oh, one second, I'm just gonna. I have a habit of kicking my body into cracks and rocks and whatnot because it feels funny.
I assume you
Is
would
that considered
appreciate this
impolite?
much more than I do. I almost drowned, so
I don't know if that's
I've been avoiding it.
Oh. Yeah, again, if you struggle, I can always like throw you like a flotation thingy made of, you know.
I still do not know exactly how that would work, but I've simply been avoiding this and going to the smaller one instead. It is helpful.
That makes sense. All I know is my species emerges from the ocean and we can float in water.
I appreciate the offer at least.
So, of course. Admittedly, I kind of forgot there was a smaller one. I don't even know where it is.
It is inside one of the garden buildings. Or technically on the other side of it.
I see.
Menace almost accidentally jumped into it when it was far too hot. People were worried.
Oh, yeah, that's not a good idea at all.
They did not know.
I certainly don't. I said, well, I certainly don't. I have no idea whatsoever.
About what?
Most things, brain empty. Not that I have one, but you know, like the thought bubble.
I would
It's
say
like
that is not
really,
true, but perhaps now.
Yeah, at this moment in time, the thought bubble is kind of empty. It's like filling up with thoughts and then it's depleting itself again, you know?
I suppose there is nothing wrong with that. Especially
guess
when
not.
emotions are very high today.
I mean, it would seem so, wouldn't it? A lot of people are emotional. Oh, there's a spar happening too.
So there is.
I didn't even realize.
For a moment I was going to be surprised if Kyo was joining in. I'm glad he's resting.
They seem a little traumatized after today. No, surely it's not the best time for them.
Yes. That is why it appears he is not. I'm glad he is taking advice.
It's a good idea to take it. That's funny.
Oh.
I just broke my hand. Get it? Because I don't have fingers.
I was going to
It's not
say.
funny.
I thought you did that on purpose.
I did. It was supposed to be like a party trick, I guess, but I'm a slime, so it's more just a biology thing where you can just just kind of do it at free will.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's
It is quite useful.
kinda. I mean, I think it is at least.
Hmm. It would allow you to get out of bindings very easily. Or grapples.
Usually people grappling me end up dying.
Hmm.
It's like, oh no, you have grappled a slime who can absorb and eat you. Ooh, oh no.
Hmm.
What am I gonna do?
I suppose that is true. Though in case you do not wish to do that, you have other options.
Yeah, I can always blow them up, I guess.
And other options.
I can drown them. Yeah, exactly. Good idea.
No. I meant more simply leaving the situation.
Oh. Yeah, I was thinking about that, of course. Yeah, that it was on my mind, obviously. Definitely. For sure. Okay, it wasn't on my mind in the slightest. I have lied to you. I do apologize. Oh, God.
I am used to it.
Used to what?
I assume you enjoy lying to me. You do it often.
Oh, no, I don't enjoy lying. It's a natural habit of mine.
You have many habits.
Yes. They're all there for a reason. I don't particularly like most of them, but mostly they exist due to survival.
I suppose this is true. Though generally one would call that instinct.
Typically. But this is more learned than just primitive instinct. I do trust you, though. It's not like I'm lying to you about major things, just stupid things about myself. Things that don't matter. That's usually what I don't tell the truth on.
Well, I do appreciate it. I trust you as well.
Of course. Thank you. I know, for some reason, not many people do here. Not fully, at least.
You have given me no reason not to yet.
I don't intend to give you one.
That is good to know.
It's just how it is. What are they doing? Are they fighting or something? It looks it.
Also, you did wash yourself before you went into the water, correct?
I just expelled everything from my body, so probably that's kind of like my version of washing.
I do suppose that works. But it is not the proper traditional experience.
Oh. I shall get a bucket of water next time, I guess.
That is why they have those.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You fill the bucket with the water on the side over there.
Ah, I see. And then you wash yourself with it and then get in. Okay,
Indeed.
that makes sense.
Though I suppose that is somewhat of a spiritual concept.
Spiritual?
It is to keep the water pure.
That makes sense.
If the water is pure, then you can be pure.
Yeah. I didn't think of that, to be honest. Not at all.
It is also technically healthier for all.
We were being approached menacingly.
Greetings.
Oh. I was just trying to get away from Stone and Virtue's fighting because they're going all over the damn place.
Ah, that is why that was left. Hmm. Is that new?
Yeah, I made it. It's to resemble the other sword, at least a little bit, as far as sheath and everything goes.
Hmm.
So,
It does seem to match well.
thank you. It took a little bit, and by a little bit I mean a month. But I at least have something that's ready to go for the most part.
Yeah, that's a lot more than a month. Well, a little bit, but you know, I'm glad it works.
Nice part is I was able to make this one lighter because I was able to find metals that were lighter to begin with, so it means I can also flip it around a little bit more. And now I have another way of defending myself.
Given the tensions are high, that may be sooner rather than later, if certain people get their way.
Well, the concern is if somebody finds that which I've chosen to mimic, because the sword that my father made essentially looked like this one. But it does a lot for the user, especially if they're pure of heart or have no ill intentions, from what he told me. So,
A sword that reacts to emotions and one's spirit itself. Interesting. See, this goes into the purification I was mentioning. I may go to the other hot spring before it gets too late. And before Mal wishes to go.
Yeah, there is the other. That's right. Do you mind if I join you?
Feel free.
I see.
Though they do not have buckets over there.
Hot spring activities. Do you wish to join in hot spring activities?
sure, I don't mind. It'd be something to do other than just,
That's right. Sitting around is my first time wearing one of these things. I kind of copied somebody else doing it, so I didn't think it would be so embarrassing.
I can imagine.
Indeed. Apparently, when I'm embarrassed, my body turns a shade of pink. I was unaware of this until today.
I can kind of see it, yeah.
See what?
You do look pinker than normal, yeah.
Yeah, kind of. You think? I think it's a little bit of a drastic change, personally. Yeah, but I can do it. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah. Oh, Stone is down. Oh, God.
Yeah, definitely. Stone appears to be
He
very
probably
down.
used too much. I mean, he was going all out because he was fighting virtues, so...
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, you know, like virtues isn't easier.
Uh-oh.
Sheesh.
Sheesh.
It usually works for him. There we are.
My rival, the Flux, has been defeated by the word sheesh, apparently.
It continues to do so.
Works functionally, I guess.
I suppose so. Yeah.
Greetings. You were going to the small spring.
Yep, indeed we are. We are about to go there now, actually. We should probably depart, shouldn't we?
Most probably. Did you need something?
No,
I always
just
take care.
glance checking it.
Look, the most careful person to ever exist, actually. Middle name.
I shall be there then.
I don't have a last name. I don't even know what a middle name would be for me in the first place. It doesn't make any sense. I'm finished. My social career is over. I'm gonna. I think my social career might be over before it began. Do you know how many people have seen me pink at this point? Like 5. It's more than 4.
That
I
is
think
still
you're jumping
significantly
too
smaller than the
soon
amount
to
of people on
conclusions,
campus.
my friend.
I don't think being pink is a good thing, my friend.
Don't tell that to Gummy. Don't.
I get that, but like Gummy's naturally pink. I'm not.
Technically, if you are naturally able to change this color, then you are. For so long as you are holding it.
I guess so, but still.
It is simply a natural color.
I suppose so. Huh? What? I did not know this was here.
I did not
Well,
at first
now you
either.
know.
Oh, there's a stream of water there, but there's no buckets to put in here.
Yes, that is why we need to move some.
I'm going to just, you know. Just slime things. This is relaxing.
It is.
Admittedly.
And it is not boiling because of Amaris, so that is a bless.
Did Amaris boil it last time?
Oops.
Apparently, certain times of the year, Amaris gets very hot.
Oh, I see.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's summer solstice. Yeah, summertime affects his magic capabilities and multiplies them quite drastically, from what I've heard.
So he was here, and then Menace almost accidentally jumped in as a crab.
I understand.
Luckily, it did not happen.
Luckily. I'm very much enjoying this thingy, though. I mean, I can, like, force myself under the water, I guess, but it's not natural.
So long as it is enjoyable, I suppose that is the point. And relaxing.
Yeah, it is. Floating feels good, I think.
It is unfortunate I cannot go through the proper rituals for waterfalls.
What might they be?
Generally, either standing or sitting underneath one for some time and letting it flow over is a way to purify oneself.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I did that back home a lot. Quite refreshing.
I unfortunately have a hard time moving if my antennae are completely wet and underwater.
I can see how that could be a problem.
In Phoenix Drop, there's not many waterfalls. Magma falls, sure. Waterfalls, not so much.
I suppose that would be a much different experience.
It is.
We had not been anywhere in Phoenix Drop that had a magma fall, however. Perhaps I will see one someday.
That's a shame. I enjoyed diving into them personally.
That must be interesting to see.
What must be?
Diving into a magma fall.
It's not too bad. You just kind of jump in. It's a little bit warm. It's nothing.
But not many can.
I suppose you're correct about that. I tend to forget that fact sometimes. And again, there's a reason why I am not a leader, and I am in fact a defender. Or assault, or somewhere on the front line.
What does that have to do with anything?
Oh. What?
Being a leader or not?
Oh, yeah, honestly, this is just an empty thought running through my mind at the time.
This is the head empty
It's like
moment?
I don't have to make decisions. Again, it's more like, yeah, I don't have to really do anything. So I can afford to do dumb shit like jump into lava falls.
I suppose. Is that considered dumb for you?
It's
Since
like,
you can.
Probably. I mean, for most people, it's still really stupid. For me, it's like little uncomfortable, but once you're underneath, it's not too bad.
So there is some discomfort.
The only thing, well, the main difference between lava and water is like lava. It's not very liquid. You have to like push through it. Not like this. You can just float on this.
I suppose that makes sense.
It's more of a sinking feeling than a watery feeling. It's very thick.
As I say, lava's more solid than water, so that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of molten rock.
But it is only foolish for others because it would kill them.
Oh. I'm sure that people can get that they'll survive. That's fine.
Some perhaps, but not most.
I see.
Yeah, lava's usually really bad for me.
Oh, I mean, I can only imagine how bad it would be.
I mean, I could probably prevent that a little bit, at least like coating myself with water.
You're not wrong.
But I would also have to keep coating myself with water, and lava's heavy and probably wouldn't slide off as easily. Also, the water would probably harden the lava, so I'd probably it'd be like getting hit with a rock. So I don't think that'd be a good idea, at least for me.
Being hit by rocks is also not a good idea for most.
Probably most people.
Eating rocks is also not a good idea.
What? It's not that bad.
I mean, unless you're Wilhelm. Wilhelm can eat rocks.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
is
I
true.
eat rocks sometimes.
Plus, because it's his capability.
Like, I like the texture of rocks.
But it causes harm afterwards.
Kinda.
There may be a way to create
Sort
something
of.
edible that has the same texture.
Of a rock.
If one does not ask too many questions, yes.
Huh? What? So many questions. What questions were asked?
If you do
Did
not
somebody
ask if
ask
it
a
is a rock or not, and it simply looks like a rock, then it is a rock.
Well, I guess so. But if it's not made up of the same things of a rock, then it's not by definition.
But would you know?
That depends if it has the same taste of a rock, you know?
I mean, rocks are also made of different things too, so I guess it depends on the rock too.
It could simply be a different kind of rock.
Maybe limestone would be better because it's softer and less harmful, I guess.
That's a good idea.
That is probably not a good idea.
A stone made out of lime.
Probably not, yeah.
It is not that
I'm
kind of
going to
lime.
eat all of these stones. Oh, I see.
It is not like the food lime, it's called limestone.
Though perhaps
I mean,
one
it is
can make
limestone.
something that looks like limestone, but it is made of actual limes. I do not know if that is doable, but I would not be surprised if people in Israel have tried.
Might work sandstone. Maybe.
I wouldn't be surprised either. It looks. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised myself, you know? Like, it's Israel. A lot of weird things happen in Israel, to be honest.
This is true. We are learning that firsthand.
What's being learned firsthand?
Surprising and bad things happening in Israel.
Oh, yeah, many bad things happening in Israel.
We'll have to see what else we can learn.
Definitely. I'm learning that hot springs are a relaxing thing of which should be used more frequently in day-to-day life.
Oh yeah.
This is true. It is strange being able to have one to go to every single day. Normally we would have to travel.
It's an important lesson. A truly important lesson. These are amazing. I like these a lot.
It's a nice part of being in Neptunia. There's a good chunk of them.
It's generally impolite for the spiritual aspect. The things you can do in such a place are just as a little squeeze in the little fountain.
Oh. That's cool. I like that.
My mother once said that if one does that, the length by which the amount of water can go up may be a deciding factor in bad or good luck for the day. A small ritual. Though it is usually done early on.
That makes sense, I think. Kinda. Somewhat.
It does not make sense to most, but my mother is a seer. So oraclemancy works differently for her than others, I suppose.
I am alive again. My brain has started to think. Kind of. Not really. But it's better than about 5 seconds ago, because there was nothing in there. Like at all.
I do not know whether that is better or worse given the circumstances.
I have no idea.
Hard to say.
At least when you are trying to relax.
Huh?
I suppose that means it was successful.
Indeed. I believe the relaxation attempt has definitely assisted. Shall I say?
It usually helps, yes. It is a nice place to meditate as well.
Good. Yeah, it seems it. Genuinely, it does really seem it.
The difficulty is in not seeing the sun.
Yeah.
I am surprised so many things
No
can grow
sun.
otherwise.
It's probably to do with some form of ruin, let's face it.
Most certainly, yes. I've simply never seen so many rooms in the same spot to be able to power everything. I believe this is a game of the flex or head empty.
Head empty.
Oh, what? No, my head is full of so many thoughts. You have no idea.
Such as what?
Such as,
Yeah.
one of
Hi, James.
One of them.
Howdy.
Greetings.
You checking in?
What you up to?
Everyone doing good? Nothing much.
Yeah.
I like to read this book and all myself in the game if everyone needs me to see how everyone's doing, especially after the whole incident.
That's fair.
Attempting to relax.
I see. Oh.
It is mostly successful.
Yeah, some people are relaxing, or at least take care of yourselves. If need be, I'll be in the game room.
Indeed. It is definitely good to relax before getting back to work and such things.
Definitely gotta agree.
Yeah, I agree so much.
Mm.
I know what I'm agreeing to. I promise.
Mm.
Okay, that was a lie. I don't like saying I promise and then lying. Like, I have no idea what you guys just said, to be honest. Like, my brain is so empty.
Mm.
It's fair, mine's pretty empty too, as of right now.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, honestly. Like, not a single coherent thought in this head of mine. Like, at all.
Is this normal relaxation, or is being in a hot spring for too long bad for you?
I don't see why it would be.
Mm. I was uncertain whether it would attempt to dilute your slime.
I can keep myself together, it's fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have really, like, crawled out of the big pond thing, like the ocean. You know?
I suppose that is true. Mm.
Hmm.
Forgive me, I also assumed that you had crawled out of a volcano.
Technically, it was underwater.
I suppose that can change things
Yeah.
then.
Yeah, I mean, underneath, like, the main layer of rock, there was still some active, bubbly lava that I had to break through, but, you know, once you get past that and you kind of slither through the rocks, it's just water.
What was that like?
Well, it was my first real, like, moment of consciousness without thought. I just was aware of exist. You know, and it's like you know you exist, but you don't know what that means or what anything in relation to that is. You just open your eyes one day and you're there.
So similar to head
There's
empty.
no panic. It's like you just instinctually know what to do.
It's interesting to consider. It would mostly be something that would not be instinctual for most.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not from most species, but it is from mine. Not many species just kind of manifest into existence out of nowhere for no reason. No rhyme, no reason, no nothing. One day, we just exist.
There is a reason. It is simply not one that most people understand.
I mean, I don't know the reason.
Anything that seems random is, I believe, a plan of the cycle in one form or another. We simply cannot comprehend it while we are outside of it.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. You make sense, Kokkuri.
I would like to think so. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's no problem. I'm just spitting facts. That's all. Man, this is truly a rough moment. It is difficult to not want to pass out inside of the hot tub, to be honest.
I would
I'm
probably not be
trying
good.
real hard to not pass out, honestly.
You get it.
You
It's
would probably be
comfortable.
alright. So long as you do not fall forward.
You'll be fine.
I mean, me falling forward would probably wake me up, in which case I could just form the water around my head trying to figure out how to get out. So at least have some form of oxygen.
That is true.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me at least.
I suppose I
If
should be most
anyone was to
careful
fall in
then.
the water, I'm probably the best choice. Yeah.
I'm gonna go a bit under the water. It's comfortable.
So long as you can get out after.
Of course I can. I just float upwards a bit. It's nothing so much. I don't think, at least.
I suppose this is the closest I can get to proper meditation in a waterfall.
Possibly. Who knows?
Though it splashes my flame.
Oh yeah, the flame, right?
Or at least it seems to be. That's what I would say.
Indeed. I'm curious what the purple
Honestly,
energy is up
I
there.
might. Good question. Kokkuri. Lights. You might get, like, distracted and, like, zone out and stare at it.
Ah. Yes, I should probably look down.
Yeah.
I was being careful.
I see. Honestly, I am tempted to go back to the dorm and actually just relax there for a bit.
If it helps, then you should.
Yeah, probably would. With the empty-headedness at the moment, at least. Who knows? Indeed.
I should probably find Mal before it gets too late. If he still
That's
wishes
true.
to move the spirit.
It was a pleasure talking to you both. I'm just gonna sink into the ground and travel through the dirt. It's so much faster.
Get some rest.
Than a walk.
Fair enough.
Pardon, Kokkuri.
Simply saying to get some rest.
Of course. Take care to the both of you.
You as well.
Yeah.
May I bother you for the water removal like before?
Oh yeah, sure thing.
Thank you. That is much easier.
Easier than drawing, that's for sure. Can't imagine you trying to get the water out of your wings.
Yes, they get very heavy. That is why I hide them most of the time. There we are. It is an interesting tune they enjoy. I shall see if I can spot Mel.
Very well.
Mm. No.
Relax, be honest.
Understood.
Pardon.
Hello.
No.
Has anyone seen Mel recently?
Kokkuri. Oh,
Seen who?
Mel.
who are you looking for?
Mel.
Did you check the garden?
I just came from the garden.
Oh. He likes to frequent there around this time of night.
I shall keep looking then.
Maybe.
Apologies for interrupting.
No.
Actually, I wanted to check in with you before the night was over. I heard from Aura that when you're doing your purifications, you might be poisoning yourself.
Poisoning.
Yeah.
Some type
What
of
she
burn
said.
on yourself, maybe?
I suppose certain types of spirits that are countering to my own mana can cause some sickness in that. But that is why I have my shrine. It allows me to purify it within itself instead of using my own body. I'm still connected to it, so it is painful somewhat, but it is not lingering.
I know that you and Aura are the ones that we can count on with this, but please, don't push yourself too much.
As I said, it is something I have trained my entire life for. It is what my people do.
Hey, Kokkuri, if I may ask a question, do you have any type of favorite snacks or treats?
Generally, it would be considered a treat when we could find a patch of strawberries.
I
can
heard.
grow those.
I read from a book that I did on anatomy that sugar helps with like brain and possibly with mana. I'd like to get you something for doing all the hard work. You and Aura both deserve a little bit of a lift up, I think.
I see. That is appreciated. It is unnecessary for the most part, but if you wish.
No. I completely and utterly disagree.
I believe
If you're
Aura would
working
need more
yourself-
than me myself. She is not trained for this, as much as I have been.
Y'all both are carrying an important weight. Y'all both should be taken care of.
Mm.
Or at least get your spirits raised up a little bit. This place is kind of being a little dreary right now.
Mm. Raising up the spirits is the entire point, is it not?
I just made a pun, didn't I? God.
Indeed, you did.
Mm.
I'm proud of you. You're learning.
It was an accident, I swear.
Hmm. I suppose raising up is not the correct term. It would be returning downward to the core.
Getting people in a better mindset. That's what I'm trying to say.
Mm. I do not know if I can be in a better
I
mindset
see.
at the moment.
Mm.
At least for this type of work.
What?
Being calm is very important.
That's fair. I just want you to know that I got your back with whatever you're doing. Just I'm thinking about you too.
Mm.
It ain't just because of Centurion, but as a person to a gargoyle.
Mm. That is kind of you. Many here tend to be very forward-thinking about such things. It is... I suppose it is not too indifferent from my people, but more diverse. It is good to know that we are not alone in such beliefs.
Yeah.
Mm.
Arlo, if you could do me a favor, help me find out them strawberries later. It'd be for the best.
No problem.
Can't really do
Should be
much about
simple.
these spirits, but if I can help out with the people who are doing the most work, it's something, you know?
Mm. Mal and I are going to attempt to help another one, if I can find him. Otherwise, I am simply keeping an eye on the ones that are still here, and making certain that nothing is drawn into the artifact room.
Also,
thank you for the
do me a
raid!
favor and just keep an eye on Mal. He's going through a lot.
Hmm. Certainly. I will find him then.
Right. Sorry, I don't want to keep you any longer.
It is
Appreciate
fine.
you listening in, though.
If you have any other questions, as I've told others, feel free to ask. I know many, even despite the training today about spirits, still have questions.
So a couple of children's spirits kind of came around and played with me a little bit. Is treating them nicely any better for helping them, you know, do the moving on?
Yes. It is best to keep the Mylings especially calm, given that they did not have as much experience in life with controlling their emotions. If they...
I see.
If they are closer to the negative side,
Good.
depending on what happened to them, it can create a bit of volatility and potentially malevolence that explodes outwards. Though I would not expect anyone here to be treating any sort of spirits poorly.
Aye.
Hmm.
Appreciate you, Kokkuri.
Indeed. Generally, when it comes to spirits, especially the Mylings, finding out what they need, what their desire is that holds them, that takes time. So long as you're not forceful, they will be mischievous at best, or I suppose worst.
I ended up with a little shimmy and a little dance.
Giving them comfort in such a time is important. It is a means of shepherding, so that they feel calm enough to return to the cycle when they are ready. I will leave you to your conversation. Have a good night.
You too, Kokkuri.
Have a good night.
Archons and months.
Which one's Archon again?
The scythe user in cavalry.
The clay mage.
Sleeps in my dorm room.
Right, the quote unquote incapacity. Yeah, I don't know where he is currently. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in months.
Pardon, has anyone seen Mel by any chance?
Who?
Huh?
Wait.
Mel.
No. Also, I would like to ask for my book back.
I think Mal went
yes.
to sleep.
No idea. Or he's with Nico. Nikos. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll continue looking then.
Wait a minute.
What's your idea?
She's not a Luna moth, but it's still so weird. Greetings.
Are you good, Kokkuri?
Yes, I've been searching for Mel. He wished for my help with
Oh,
an
he's in his. He's in Mr. Nico's room, or I think it's Nico's room. On the dorm.
I do not know which one they are.
Unfortunately, I don't know either. Fontaine just told me.
I shall ask around then. Thank you. No, I completely fucked up my overlay, or it got fucked up and oh, it died again. That's why. I'm sorry, I haven't been able to see anything because my overlay, excess overlay, died again. I still can't see anything. What the fuck? Oh, Dare was the raider. Thank you. Sorry, that's old. I think. I assume I didn't get raided twice. I don't even know what time it is right now. Fuck. It is a quiet night. But we know why, because fucking Dawn Trail. Dawn Trail. Does it come and stay on top of the trees? The answer is, who the fuck knows? Oh, this is actually a comfy spot. This is a comfy fucking spot. I'm going to take this moment of comfy spot to fix my shit. Get back my fucking Access overlay again. I need to remember the spot. There's the red and the... This one's fire and clay? Maybe? Or wind? Oh, hey, Tyler girl. How you doing? I'm having a pretty fun night.
Whoa.
Oh. Hello, Mel.
Hello, I heard you were looking for me?
Yes. I was not certain whether you still wished to attempt with the spirit.
We might have to save it for another day. Much as I would love to, I don't know if, the spirit will be more active, considering we have, I think, almost 8 minutes till curfew or something like that. We can still try, at least give it a shot.
If anything, we can attempt in the morning, if that is alright.
I mean,
it is
we'll
best
give
to
it a shot
relax
now,
anyway.
then I'll respond. We'll just try again tomorrow.
I suppose. Where are my notes? There are my notes.
So, I'm thinking it might be late enough. Do you want to do it sometime during the week?
We can do it during the week then.
Okay. Doesn't seem like they're here and about now. Alright, I'm gonna go back for the, turn in for the day.
Have a good night, Mel.
You as well.
sha, kai, jin, ets, sai, zen. Nin, yo, to, sha, kai, jin, ets, sai, zen. And since yokai meditate instead of sleep, she's basically been doing this for the past week and will continue to do so for now until spirits are cleansed. Basically keeping them away from this room and potentially being bound into the artifact. But this may be where I end for tonight. Thank you all for being here. This was quite a spirit-filled day. Feel like she had a thing or two. She was uncertain about some of the stuff the professor talked about in the spirit lesson, but that's part culture. I can't reach properly to rate anybody at the moment, so I'm just gonna stop stream. Oh, except of course it's broken again. Of course it crashed again. So first I need to fix that. So I'm going to do that while I talk to you all. So yeah, I'm probably just gonna end the stream for the night, so feel free to find your favorite streamer and say hi and give them some love. I'm sure you're all doing that already, multi-tabbing it like God intended, which we all appreciate. I appreciate the multi-tabbing. There we go, let's load that again. If it'll work. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I appreciate you all. I should be back on Monday for some MMR. Good times. Wardens is on break for a couple weeks. So it'll just be some MMR most probably. Or who knows, maybe I'll take another trip to Dragonspire at some point. That was interesting. But yeah, appreciate you all. Until next time, you all stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, and take care of each other. Good night. If it'll let me. Will it let me? Yes, it will. Okay, bye.
Asexual, polyhedral dice order. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual, polyhedral dice order. I'm proud to be in whatever situation. treasure that's so shiny. I'm a